I should have clicked remember settings. All right. Well, the audio has worked every single time so far, so hopefully it's going to work this time. I could see at OBS it appears to be working, so I'm going to be happy with that. All right, we're back on Ratline, the 1970s detective thriller game where a mysterious person is calling us Saul. I remember the name. I remember what my name is in this. I'm going to click continue and learn my name and then continue explaining what's happening. Saul Perlman. I just remembered it. I'm a private eye in Queens, New York, and someone has been calling me to help me catch Nazis, and it's the 1970s. And there's a few things that are on my mind. One thing that I wanted to explain at the beginning of last stream, but I got very distracted and I realized I never explained it. This game is played across multiple cases. I've just finished case 4. The first case was just me on my own. Yeah, this is what I was in the middle of explaining at the beginning of my last stream, because I rewatched it and I realized, oh, I got distracted. I never explained this thing that I was thinking about. So yeah, I'm Saul Perlman. My friend Dan, who I don't think there was any like narration about or anything. My friend Dan said like, oh, I want your help picking out a wanted fugitive. I think he's with the police maybe, because there was a news article about how the police started asking for my help. Bill Campbell was a fraudster that I caught in the first case. You know, me as a private eye, I caught this guy. He was going by a fake name, something Camden. And the thing that I was trying to explain last stream was that, like, I only know about this case because of this guy, Sam, right? But, I mean, for one thing, this guy is weird. I pointed out this guy because he appears in other photos. But also, why would he appear in other photos? And for that matter, why are these two here? Because, like, these... Okay, so if we're looking... Sorry, to explain the premise of the game a little bit more, all of these Nazis that I'm catching are people that escaped Germany after World War II through a secret pathway called the Ratline, where they would go to Italy, they would get on a boat. I think there's actually a map that kind of explains it. Hopefully I'm not going to get distracted again. I'm going to explain this. I'm going to explain what I'm thinking about. Oh, the map, I guess, is in case 3. Siegfried ship. Here we go. So yeah, the Siegfried is this boat that they were using. I think this is like the main way they did it, because going back to this squad photo, or I guess I have to click the flipped one, there's these symbols that get assigned to people, specifically to like Nazis that are trying to escape through the Ratline, right? And the symbols tell you where you're going to go. They tell you what city you're going to be dropped off at. I think originally I had the idea that like, oh, these guys are in these boxes. They're hiding in the boxes. But no, this is the guy that's getting sent somewhere. His name is on one of these boxes. So I think the boxes are just like their stuff. But the symbol does indicate where they're going. So yeah, they get shipped all over the place, and that's the Ratline. But why is it that the case that like this guy who I caught for case 3, which is about the Hoffmans, right? So we've got Anneliese Hoffman and her lackeys Helmut Schlusser and Wolfgang Fischer, right? And they've all gone to different countries and changed their names, and they think no one knows what they did during the war. But this guy right here is the same guy, it turns out, as this is him. His new name is Roger Green. So I got this photo from, I think from Sam. I don't know exactly how I got this photo. So what's the connection between Sam and this guy that's calling me? Or Dan, sorry, Dan. Dan gave me this case. Every case afterwards, 2, 3, and 4, have all come from this guy that called me on the phone, who could also apparently see into my, the transcript isn't here. I guess these transcripts are only from specific cases. But you could see this article that I had on my wall in case 1, which I guess I've taken down because I got spooked. I had this article about a bishop that got murdered in Budapest, right? I should probably make sure I can see chat. How do I... Just realized it hasn't actually popped up. Chat. Just in case anyone joins and chats. Okay. But yeah, this bishop got killed in Hungary, and someone scrawled Ratline above the altar. And also, I don't know what happens to any of these guys after I identify them. Like, I give their names, like usually the new name that they're living under and their new location. I give those to this mysterious guy that's calling me, and he's made it sound like he's killing them or something. Like, where's the phone call where he explains this stuff? Second phone call. He calls me at 3 a.m. every time. Yeah, I track down Annalise Hoffman and her new husband, and I'm like, you're going to arrest her? And he's like, maybe we will, maybe we won't. So a lot of suspicious things are happening. There's this old guy that appears in all the photos. I could go over it again. I went over it last time, but just to see if I don't think he appears in case 4 anywhere. This guy in the background right here is absolutely the same guy that is in the conference. This is the same guy. This is the same guy. And I'm like 80 to 90% sure that this is also the same guy. And I think this might be the bishop. And maybe this is the guy that's been calling me. Who knows? But anyway, we've done 4 cases so far. Like I said, the first one was supposedly completely unrelated, even though some of the same guys show up that show up later, which seems like a bit too much of a coincidence to me. And then second one was the Schultz brothers. This is them, the 2 guys with beards. They escaped Germany after the war. The third one, there's a love triangle between her and her husband, who was one of her lackeys, and then there's this other guy that shows up somewhere. I think he's only in the doc. Oh yeah, it's the guy with it's this guy, who, like I said, was in case 1. So she becomes Mrs. Green. She's Mrs. Green in case 1, which is very strange. And then case 4, I don't think this ties into any of the other cases, other than the same guy sent me on this mission. There's this guy called the Cobra and this guy called the Viking, and this was a reversal of how it usually works. He's been playing the demo, despite the fact that I do like the interconnections. Oh yeah, the demo. I mean, I feel like I was confused by the UI in the demo, and then it's like there's other stuff that confused me where I was like, I'm not going to think too hard about this until later. I don't know if you ever realized the symbols are inverted and mirrored versions. Oh yeah, 7 Days to End with You. I eventually did find out that not only are they inverted and mirrored versions of the I did not notice that. But wait, how's that possible when they are like cipher shifted? Because there's 26 symbols, but they don't always stand for the same letters, do they? Because each word has its own cipher shift, right? So that would only work for some words, I think. Although one thing I didn't realize is that they're all cipher shifted according to like the same ordering, which would have made it way, way easier to crack a lot of the words. I spent a long time trying to crack those words that I did not need to spend, because you could just like figure out the cipher shift. If you could either use a calculator, a cipher calculator, or you can write it down and then like imagine if the letters were shifted by a certain amount, or like work it out. But anyway, last time I caught the Cobra and the Viking. I'm always torn in these games between like, I'll just play the next case and not think too hard and see what happens, and like looking really, really closely to try to catch every little thing that I can. I don't think there's much that I could have missed by this point. I feel like the way that names work, I've seen some names repeated, and some names I have to like look at stuff across cases. Like, I kind of wish I could jump to earlier cases because I have all the information. Like, it's all in my glossary, but I would like to be able to see the same stuff on the board so I know what I solved last time. But yeah, wait, have I? All evidence found. Am I not allowed to go to sleep? I'm pretty sure this is right. I'm pretty sure I clicked this last time. Maybe it just didn't save. Let me just double check. I guess Einar Stormer, we know this is the name because of... Am I missing evidence? Where's my... Hold on. It says I found everything, but I don't see everything laid out here. This looks like enough... Yeah. So Einar Stormer is not said anywhere, but you can translate this concerto by Celia Hansen Oberg using, and I think her brother is the Viking, who's the other guy. And it seems like the main bad guy is Einar Stormer. So yeah, you've got Skjult. It's musical cryptography. What's weird is that this was like, looking back, okay, so one thing that happened was that, where's the transcript? This guy that Davide that runs a cheese store writes this like socialist newspaper, Liberación Nacional, and he got kidnapped by the Viking and the Cobra and beaten up, or he got kidnapped by the Cobra anyway, and beaten up, and they were like, "Oh, you are trying to expose the Cobra. Do you know what you've done?" Where do they say it? You mean to betray the Cobra? You know his name. So looking back, it actually is like, it really looks like that's what he's trying to do from an outside perspective, because he's like, "Oh yeah, where's the letter?" So yeah, he's like, "Oh, look at all these things that were, these musical programs that were done. The Ice Harp Concerto, Songs from the Fjord, Three Still Winters. They're all examples of hidden music." And then you Google hidden music in this game's equivalent of Google, which is this, and you get like, oh, every note corresponds to a letter. And then you just do that, and it says Einar Stormer, Tromso traitor, because we know that there's a Tromso Bridge massacre where, where's the? Anyway, I think I've got everything right. Yeah, Celia Hansen Oberg is the composer. Her husband Andreas Oberg, so her family name is Hansen, which means that her brother is going to be named Hansen. And we find out about her brother from this article where is it? My sister always disapproved of him. Where does it say the sister? The sister had like a, yeah, she lost her husband, a doctor in the war, and blames me. This is being said by the Viking, who is not named here. But we get his name, we know his name is Hansen because he's the brother of someone whose original last name was Hansen before she got married and had a hyphenated name. And Casper, I think, is like on the back of a photo. Anyway, I think this is right. And I think we know he lives in Perdido because that's where the rooster thing is. We know he lives in... What's weird is when we're in America, in the American cases, North America, this is South America. When we're in the North American cases, we are not allowed to assume that someone lives where they work. But I think for both of these guys, it's just assumed that they live where they work. So I guess all these cities are really far apart from each other. Because we know they work here, but we're supposed to say where they live. And we're correct. I think I clicked that last time, but... Yeah, I did this part too, and it didn't save it. Oh, so yeah, here. We'll just sum up the case here. There's a standard alphabet, says that one. Realizing it makes it super easy to write them down every time. You have to go with the mystery symbol, but can just write it down, after which you still have to do the shift. Oh, okay. So you're saying, oh, I understand what you're saying. What you said. So before you're saying that the symbols are inverted, mirrored versions of letters in the standard alphabet, and then you perform the shift, okay, per word. That makes a lot of sense. I did notice that for some letters that would happen. I think there might be some words that are unshifted where I noticed that. And I would be like, oh, that actually looks a lot like the word that it means in English. But then it didn't work for other words, so I sort of didn't go down that rabbit hole very far. So yeah, like I said, Casper Hansen, known as the Viking. Oh, yeah, it says right here. The Viking is Casper Hansen, the brother of Cecilia Hansen Oberg, the renowned composer. He lives on his vineyard in Perdido, Chile. He sold out the resistance. Wait, he lives on... Is that right? Does he live in a vineyard or a factory? Where did I get that he lives in a vineyard? I think that's right. Well, we'll come back to that. Who put his name in a cryptic piece of music. The Cobra lives in Santa Corvina, where he runs a... Oh, no, he does live on the vineyard. I was getting them mixed up. Okay. He runs a fish tinning factory and owns the local soccer team. All correct. These ones are usually pretty easy because it's like the in-between cases. It's like the hub things in Golden Idol. And now the rat button has turned into the bed button. So we pet the dog and we start a fresh case, I assume. Assuming nothing weird is going to happen for case 5. It's just going to be another case. The case of the sunburnt Nazi. He's sunburnt. I feel like I might be getting tricked by this guy that keeps calling me. Because he doesn't pay me, for one thing, which is not very nice. And it's not really clear what he's doing with these guys. There's one phone call where he implies that he's like killing them. There's one where he's like, oh, maybe we'll arrest her, maybe we won't. But he's a bit shady, and I feel like that's somehow going to tie back to that first case, which is supposedly unrelated, but I think it's related. We're going to find out. Wait, what was that? Wait a minute, what? Okay, I feel like somewhere in the controls it was like you can pin something with shift. This is a magnifying glass. Can I do this anytime? This wasn't here before. I didn't have this button before. Okay. Who's that? That's the guy. That's the guy. That's him. That is the guy. Who are you? So he looks a little bit, I think he's CIA and recruiting them? Could be. Yeah, this could be Operation Paperclip. I think someone last time was like, oh, does Operation Paperclip come up in this game? And I was like, kind of, sort of. It hasn't really come up. Like, some of these guys are like high-ranking corrupt officials in like Chile and places like that, but there's nothing specifically about them being recruited by people in the United States government. So maybe that's going to be the bad guy. Or that's going to be like the main big mastermind is this guy that's calling me. We're looking for the Paraguayan chief of police, known as the Hyena, a famed sniper during the war. He made his name as an expert in disguise and deception. He has recently been implicated in a corruption scandal at the heart of the government that invoked the ire of the president and sent the Hyena into forced hiding. Wait, just I'm following this. Paraguay invoked the ire of the president. Oh no, I'm sentence diagramming this wrong. The scandal invoked the ire of the president. Okay. And sent the Hyena into forced hiding. We traced him to the seaside town of Puerto del Alba. However, something has happened, and we believe he may have been killed. We intercepted a telegram reading, Hyena dead, Cuquillo and Metra also, unknown shooter. Please find out what all this means. Ooh, okay, so this is, speaking of not knowing the motives of the guys that hired me, this time they want to know what happened to this guy? Presumably, okay, wait. Paraguayan chief of police, a famous sniper during the war. I mean, they're not specifically saying it here. I assume this is another person that escaped from the Ratline. They're saying during the war. I think they must mean World War II, and they must be saying, like, he was a Nazi, and he escaped to Paraguay. Right? He's got a nickname, just like the Cobra and the Viking. We intercepted a telegram. Okay. I'm going crazy trying to think which parts like this letter is lying and telling the truth about. I should probably just focus on solving the case first, because I don't really have a choice. This guy is so suspicious. Was he the shooter, perhaps? Can I drag any faces out? Oh, I can't drag any faces out. Okay. So I can't say like, oh, this guy's the Hyena, this guy is... I would need to find living photos, I guess. Even though you can probably identify the face here. Anyway, press shift again. Hotel Azul. So we can try searching for it. Maybe I'll need to call it. Hotel Azul, floor plan and guest book. Okay. We can pin those pieces of evidence. That seems useful. And one thing I didn't really notice until last case is that it counts how many evidence pieces you've gotten. I wonder if it's going to be a bit rough to... There's a few things going on here. Either this guy's really, really tall, or there's two people that are behind this. Well, I guess if you count him as being behind it, there's three people, right? And the way he's slumped does not really match the way these legs are poking out. And I'm guessing we're going to figure out who has this tattoo. And he's got his own tattoo, but I guess maybe these tattoos are on two different people. Anyway, I think we'll come back to the photo the more stuff we get. Hotel Azul S default system. Am I going to have to Google default system as well? And also, am I going to have to call the hotel? Isabel Garcia, room 101. Oh, is this saying like who is staying in? There's like a glint from the lighthouse. Is that supposed to be like a sniper glint? We did say it was a sniper, didn't we? Oh no, we said this guy was a sniper. The hyena is a sniper. But we don't know that the hyena is necessarily... We're saying we believe he may have been killed. And the telegram said that he's dead. Is there any more context for this photo? You're not going to explain what the photo's about? Okay. Okay. I'm a little confused what I could possibly do with this floor plan. This is only for level 3 as well. Maybe we look at the other piece of evidence first before we... Isabel Garcia. Wait, can the photo be flipped? I need to start checking that on every photo. Photo cannot be flipped. Okay. Is one of these names supposed to like super stand out to me? Quisio and Metra. Those are the only names that I have to work with, and they don't seem to say up here. Isabel Garcia, Paul Gerhardt, Chloe Dubois, Andre Serrano, Daniel H. Okay, someone didn't want to... Oh, wait a minute. If I know the floor plan and I can see which side of the room the windows are on, can I look for like matching pairs of windows? What's a little weird is there's like one too many windows. At least on... Wait, maybe not on this side. No. If we say that like 301, 303... It feels like the idea here is... Oh wait, we can figure out which way is north, but we can't figure out which way is north in the picture, can we? Are we gonna have to do that separately? I think we need some way of figuring out which way is north. Oh, pet the dog real quick. There we go. Good reminder, thank you. Almost forgot to pet the dog. Yeah, I don't see any indication of which way is north, which I think we're gonna need to match this to anything. I think this is a very quick, like, I don't know how to find more clues, but there's 8 more clues apparently. So we're gonna just hope that Hotel Azul has a phone number we can call, and it does. So that'll be our next piece of evidence. Thank you. Hello, Hotel Azul, one of the most affordable hotels in Puerto del Alba. Boris speaking. Hello, I'm an investigator inquiring about an incident that happened opposite your hotel. Of course, an unimaginable scene of horror. Mind if I ask you a few questions? Of course, how can I help? What happened exactly? That's where we start. There was a shooting outside the hotel. One of our guests was murdered. Which guest? I believe it was one Paul Gerhardt, although there's not a lot left to judge by, quite gory. Who was he? He checked in the day before the incident. I'm sure he was high up in the security services because the hotel is still crawling with Paraguayan secret agents. Perhaps he was the chief of police? Perhaps him or his brother. His brother? Yes, his brother checked in on the same day of the incident, a Mr. Ernst Gerhardt. Any indication as to their reason for visiting? Not sure, perhaps catching the ferry to see the beaches at Playa Bruma or Bahia Escondida. But you know, you don't need bodyguards for that. Do you think the names were real? I doubt it. Most people here check in under assumed names for all sorts of reasons. If he was in the security services, I don't imagine he holidays much under his real name. One last thing. When he arrived, Mr. Paul gave me a letter to send. However, I still have it. Would you like to see it? Yes, please. All right, we're going to get more evidence. Tell me more about the guests. Apart from the brothers, no one exceptional. How would you describe them? Both tall men with sandy blonde hair, gaunt with piercing eyes, more than similar. If I hadn't checked them in separately, I would say they were the same man. Anything unusual that they said or did? Only one thing. When I mentioned to Ernst that his brother was already here, he looked a touch confused, and I heard him mutter, "The plot thickens." So, on the day of the incident, what happened at your hotel? That morning, around 11 a.m., 2 large bodyguards came to the front desk asking for Mr. Paul. They said they were his protection. I sent them to his room. Did you see them exit? I was called away, but I understand they left and went to the fun fair. Thanks. Tell me about your hotel. I would love to say we are a state-of-the-art facility, but unfortunately I feel the hotel has seen better days. I can access your floor plan? In the municipal records. The guest book, too. Okay, so I already have those. How about the guest rooms? Anything notable? Well, they both left quite a few things. We actually have pictures of both brothers' rooms taken as evidence. Ernst owes us many since he seems to have disappeared. Sadly, we cannot take payment in toy bears. Wait, what? Have I seen any toy bears? Could you send over the photos, please? I will do that. Thanks, that's all I need. Okay, we got a lot from that. I guess... Okay, so here's the letter. Do I want to... I'll read the letter, and then we'll go back and start picking through things for clues. Getting a lot of clues. Dear R, writing you from Puerto del Alba, you found a great man through PS. It put me up in a terrible hotel. Room doesn't even have the sunrise. So it's not facing east? I'm free for the moment to walk around, but they're sending me some new bodyguards tomorrow to protect me. I can't risk sticking around for more revelations to come out. Time to make a move. After this, I will spend some time at the next port until things have cooled down. In a month, I intend to return to Dr. Schmidt to complete my oronectomy. Oh, that's someone we've heard of. Wait a minute. Though I've heard nothing from him recently, we can meet there. Expect word. Woof woof. So Dr. Schmidt was someone that I caught. Best NS. Okay. So... is NS the real name? Wait a minute. Is this one where I'm finding the real name, or is this one where I'm finding their current alias? Last time I had to find the real name. I think... Oh, I must be finding their real name, because we know his alias is the Hyena. I guess it wouldn't be current alias, it would be like whatever like name... I guess there's multiple level of aliases. Belushis? Do I Google that? Maybe I just find like a bunch of Belushi stockists. Current stock list. Oh, okay, here we go. This is... Oh, I'm gonna have to connect a bunch of stuff to a bunch of stuff, but that's how it works. El Grito del Jaguar, Marcos Ecuador, the Llama Loop. Is one of these just the What am I actually... The Mango Dunk. Castes los Espesos Infinitos. Rio Rumble. So these are just places that provide stock. Can I like look up some of these? Can I call... Are some of these in my Rolodex, perhaps? We've got a lot of evidence. We should probably pin that one. Okay, so I feel like there's figuring out what room they were in. There's figuring out who could or couldn't have been the sniper. So... do we know that this person was on the 3rd floor? That seems important. When I mentioned to Ernst that his brother was already here, he looked confused and said the plot thickens. So he didn't expect his brother to be there. Okay. Can I call Belushi's? No, it doesn't seem like it. Can I call any of these places? Cans of Glory. Oh, Cans of Glory I can call. I guess it's worth a shot. Even though I don't really know why I care about who makes the bear. Or maybe I do, but I don't know why I care. Hello, Cans of Glory. Reynaldo here. How can I help? I'm not sure how you can help. I just know you're connected. What? Okay, I guess I'm just asking. Did you see the man who was killed last week? I did. He stopped by at Cans of Glory with his escorts to play. How? I think I just accidentally solved something I wasn't supposed to solve that way. I think I'm somehow supposed to. Maybe I was just supposed to look and see which city. The what? He stopped at Cans of Glory with his escorts to play and generally be seen. What? Pleasant Man? Quite the. I feel like I've just skipped ahead a lot. Why does he want to be seen? I was chatting with a tourist couple who wanted to know how to get to Las Rocas del Sur and San Venturo. He steamed right past them and demanded to play. What is he playing? How did he do? Honestly, he did terribly. Couldn't hit a thing. It was just like Cans of Glory is like you're throwing stuff at cans. This is like a carnival thing. It was like he was half blind. Nothing like the day before. So these are the twins, I guess. What happened the day before? He came by the stall on his own, no escort, and nailed every can on the first shot. What did he win? He won a large bear. Do people often get that? Ha, I didn't even know it was possible. Still, I guess he got lucky considering his next performance. What happened then? I saw him moving around the market, then towards the seaside exhibit. Bleh. After that, I heard 3 shots ring out in quick succession and a lot of screaming. So we saw 3 dead bodies. The seaside exhibits, I guess, is where it all happened. You saw the shooter? I did not, but I think it came from the lighthouse. My brother went up there after, took a photo. I'll send it to you. Many thanks. How about his bodyguards? I knew their type all right. Filthy insurrectionist Lazarosas. Why do you say that? I'm Cuban, so I knew straight away what they were all about. They had half Cuban, half American accents and special forces tattoos. What does that mean? They were involved with Playa del Toro. Oh. You know, there were a lot of those guys held after their plan fell apart. Afterwards, it was said they went to South America, as no one else would have them. Disgusting mercenaries. Thanks, this is useful. By the way, I found something odd, a business card. I'll send it over. Perhaps you could take a look at it? Sure. That's all for now. Okay, so now I'm up to, like, most of the evidence, even though I still have no idea what to do with it. I've seen some connections. Okay, so we've got... Is this the guy that's... Oh, I already need to look at the transcript again, because which... The photo is it... I mean, they're twins, so they look the same, right? No, the one with the bodyguards is the one that's bad at shooting cans. So I guess that's the only way I can tell them apart so far. Why am I allowed to... This might be our friend. Hold on a second. I need to stop getting distracted by this guy, because obviously I'm not... Okay, we're gonna hold on to everything. Everything that we have, we're just gonna hold on to it for... Is this shiny bullet the glint of the... These are the exact same glasses as the... Wait, the boat is here. Can I see the boat in the... I'm getting distracted. We get every piece of evidence first, and then we make sense of it. So the sensible thing to do here is to get more evidence by calling the phone number of Simon Jones, which I think... Is that not the protagonist of Blueprints? No, wait. Simon Jones. I feel like that's not his name. I feel like he's got a different name. It sounds familiar, though. I'm getting so distracted by 1,000 different things. Simon Jones, theater agent. Give me good news. What does your agency do? We're an esteemed London talent agency for only the top actors and actresses. Famous worldwide on stage and screen. Oh, really? Can you tell me some of your clients? Do you know Jonathan Bailey? He did the Colgate toothpaste advert some time ago. I see. Do you have anyone working in Puerto de Alba? Where the devil is that? It's in Paraguay. No, I don't think so. Oh, you know, perhaps that's where Cyril is. Cyril? Oh, yes, he was quite big in the tropics a few years ago for a hernia cream advert. You know Rectalis? I don't. Quite striking. He was playing a cowboy riding side saddle. They had that song by Johnny Cash, Ring of Fire. That's the one. So did you see it? Call it a hunch. So you wouldn't know. I got a call from a Paraguayan film company, Pantalla Sur. Wanted him out there straight away. What for? You know, it was an experimental film. They said they had hidden cameras all around town, very Altman. And they wanted him to walk around looking imperious like a sheriff or something. What else? Sent us a first-class plane ticket and a costume. Booked him a hotel room under an assumed name, very cloak and dagger. Any idea why they wanted Cyril? The man said that Cyril's character was based on real-life inspiration and only he would do. Thanks. So he was in the hotel. I feel like there's so many angles of information that I'm getting. Okay, he was in the hotel. Where did this business card come from? This came from Cans of Glory had it. I found something odd. What, like after these guys were there? Do we know that this is related to the case somehow? What do you mean you found something odd? Was it just on the ground? Am I supposed to treat that as evidence that some of these guys are... I guess this means that Simon Jones was in the area. So... I feel like what I'm supposed to do... This is where it would be nice to have the Golden Idol thing of like... Oh, you know how you usually just fill in names. Now there's a special puzzle panel where you fill in who was in which room. And you know that that's important to the case because we're asking you it. And once you get it right, you know that you've got it right. But... I think I will need to know that, won't I? This guy, I think, is the same... No, maybe not. Blueprints is Simon Jones. Okay, so maybe it's a bit of a nod to it because we've got a nod to Lemuria somewhere in here. Lemurian Embassy, but they don't pick up if you call them, unfortunately. All right, we've got 3 more clues to find. And I guess, I mean, all of our clues come from either phone numbers or from Googling stuff, right? So maybe I should like do some Googling. We can't do Simon Jones. Maybe we can Google something that we heard on the phone. Can we get the ad? Sometimes they want you to... What? Hello? Okay, we could just... If we Google Paraguay, we just randomly get this. Arrival of Lazarosa. Indications of importing of Lazarosa soldiers for stationing at government residences. Raising alert to blue. What are these symbols for? Okay. So these are like... Okay, we'll hold on to this evidence. We're pinning all of it. Okay, so by Googling Paraguay, we got something. Pantalla Sur, maybe? Is the next one? Or maybe we call them? All right, seems like that's the next one. I really don't know how this is going to help me solve the case, but if you can find it, you find it, and then you cross-reference everything. This is the answering machine for the Pantalla Sur Film Productions. The office is currently closed for renovation. If you wish to discuss film productions or speak to our director, Raul Sanchez, please call back another time. So that's literally just to give me that name, right? It doesn't have its own... He wouldn't have his own thing. And I can't Google him, and I can't Google Pentaiosur. So, I've got 2 more pieces of evidence to find somewhere. Let's see. Am I supposed to do something with Dr. Schmidt again? Oronect. Can't do oronectomy. Woof woof. What does that mean? That's probably going to be important. I can call people. Oh, I didn't even look at this. Props. 302. Do I have the, These are like the 2 different rooms of him and his brother, right? Tooth and Claw. Can I Google Tooth and Claw? No. In this improvised role, you'll portray the chief of police, authoritative, composed, and mildly theatrical. You'll be escorted through town by 2 silent bodyguards, maintaining an air of controlled command. Along the way, you'll pause at key locations, firing a round at the funfair shooting gallery and posing for a photo at the seaside attraction, all while projecting confidence and subtle menace. Cameras are hidden. We're aiming for a naturalistic, Altman/Verite style. Assume you are always potentially being filmed, though you will not know when or where. Your goal is to inhabit the role fully, treating everyone around you as background extras in your scene, no matter how they react. Maintain a dry wit, a steady gaze, and a sense of detachment. Think small-town autocrat with cinematic flair. Suggested phrases to use sparingly and naturally. Have him arrested later. This town needs order. I never liked that ride. Make a note of him. I don't recall authorizing that. So, I'm getting a very, very strong sense that this guy that was brought out looks extremely similar to the Hyena, and that the Hyena is still alive. I'm not sure what to think of the bodyguards. Are the bodyguards also actors that they just got killed by? Because, yeah, the guy, there's 2 people that came to the shooting thing. The thing is, what was this about the brothers that checked in? I feel like I read this as like there's 4 different people, right? There's wait, I'm reading the wrong one. Intelligible. Mr. Ernst Gerhardt. Yeah, there's only 2 people he's talking about. I thought there was like a pair of twins and then 2 people that didn't look similar. But tall men with sandy blonde hair. Okay. I think I'm ready to start solving the case, even though I don't have all the evidence. I think the bodyguards are real. But does that mean they think he's actually the guy? Do they think he's the, Or is this the shooter? Wait, is this the real one? Would he look similar if he took those? Oh, you can see a little bit of his hair. Yeah, this is the real one. Okay, we're just gonna fill this in with confidence. This is the Hyena. He's still alive. We're gonna start with that. These 2 are Metra and Cuchillo. They are the real ones, but how would I know which one's which? Machine gunner. He's got a tattoo on his neck. Ernesto Silvia, Ramon Torres. If we know what their specialties are, then we'll know who they are, right? Someone was in room 301 and had the teddy bear. Someone was... So the real shooter won the teddy bear, right? Whoever has the teddy bear is the real shooter, I think. Because this guy couldn't shoot at all, and he missed everything. And I'm not sure exactly. So room 302 is across from 301. The brothers. What is this about the plot thickens? So, which one is the fake one and which one is the real one as far as the hotel goes? Apart from the brothers, no one exceptional. Tall men with sandy blonde hair, gaunt with piercing eyes, more than... So they found someone that looks exactly like him. I told Ernst his brother was already here. He looked confused. This sounds like, hold on, is the plot thickens one of the lines that was given? It would fit in with these lines. So this guy could have just been acting. Because he thinks he might be being filmed. That could have been the actor. Does he actually? Okay, we have the list of. I know I should probably try to find everything, but I feel like I'm making these connections, and I want to. I'm pretty sure this is the hyena, though. Especially, yeah, the sunglasses are right here. You've got the sunglasses and the hat that he was wearing. This guy is the shooter, and I think he's also the hyena because you see a little bit of that hair. So I think if he wasn't wearing that, he would be identical to this guy, and that's intentional. That's why they hired this guy to be the quote-unquote actor. They wanted to fake the hyena's death and have him get out of there. Writing you from NS. Where would I get the name? What would I check against NS? Where's Dr. Schmidt? Can I actually not see my previous things I filled in? Because now I feel like I actually have to resolve the case a little bit. I think this is going to tell us where he currently is. How did we solve Marathon Men? Someone had to fly in from... I think this phone call is where I get it. Right. Buenos Aires. Is that going to be it? Wait a minute. Is Buenos Aires where we are now? No, we're somewhere else now. I swear this is like, oh. I said German dentist working in Canada. All right, let's try actually looking a little bit closer at the, I think he switched the room numbers. Oh, well, that's something we should be able to investigate. That's a good point, actually. Diego Rodrigo. Yeah, I figured out the answer to this, but I don't actually know. He had, wherever this conference is not where he lives. He's like, I want to say he's from like Montreal or something. Is there really no way I can go back to an earlier case? Conference sheet. Flying in late from his surgery in Toronto. Although I think I might need to reread this, because does it actually say he's going to meet Dr. Schmidt? Return to Dr. Schmidt. So you are in Toronto, I think. And we have your initials, but I'm probably not allowed to just autocomplete. That seems a bit... And then these guys are both dead, right? So their current location is... do we have the town? Puerto del Alba. That is where they died. The rule says that we put someone's name where they died. Okay. So we don't know which one is which yet. Metra and Cuchillo. Are these guys ever referred to separately, but with these names? Let's see. You found a great man through PS. Who's PS? Pantaya Sur? Room doesn't even have the sunrise. Sorry, I meant to investigate the... So 301 and 302 are the important rooms, right? You know what? I've got the list. Actually, I've not looked at this since I started getting names. So they're both Gerhardt. Paul and Ernst Gerhardt are in 302 and 301. So yeah. We want to figure out... The person writing this letter says they're on the west. The real one is on the west, right? And then... But then there's a box of props. Okay, this... I think the room plates are switched. Oh, and look at this one's hanging. No, you are definitely onto something. The patient list? Oh, the patient list. Oh, thank you for that. I did not think of that. Let's go back and look at the patient list. You know what? I don't think I ever used this. So this is where I use it. Okay. Rodrigo. When did you say Gerhardt? Oh, wait. Am I just looking for... Let me just check again. NS. N. Schroeder. So... Maybe his name is N. Schroeder? Oh, we've got a lot of names to start with S, so no, we would not have been able to do it just based on initials. N. Where are we going to get his first name, though? Cuchillo means knife. Oh, okay. Am I allowed to use that, though? That feels like... It feels like a meta clue. Am I allowed to use that? Someone's got a screwdriver. Wait, I feel like... Does this say if the bodyguards are... Which one? They're sending some new bodyguards tomorrow to protect me. So the bodyguards were really his... Wait, but protect me is in quotes. Are we saying, like... he thinks the bodyguards are going to kill him? I feel like... this guy was not in on the plan, right? If he doesn't understand what's going on with the bodyguards, then that means he probably didn't understand the plan in general. So who wanted to fake kill him? NS, you found a great man through PS. Okay. We're slowly getting somewhere. I mean, I need more evidence, presumably, or else I wouldn't be able to solve the whole thing. None of these other places are in Puerto de Alba. I need to get phone numbers and things to look up. Maybe I can look up the fact that Cuchillo means knife. No? Can I look up Metra? No. Lasa Rosa. Maybe I can look up Laza. Oh my goodness, what is this? This is the one that I already have, but this one looks new. Strategic Battle Operations Guide. Landing begins at 5:30. Oh, wait a minute. This is how I learned Spanish. Equipos con cuchillos y pistolas eliminarán... God, I haven't taken Spanish class in like 15 years. I can't speak it anymore. Snipers take cover in set positions. Knife and pistol teams will silently eliminate beach guards. Machine gunners reinforced with sandbags. Oh, metras. Okay, so I guess now I'm allowed to use it because the game has taught me Spanish. I'm not allowed to come in knowing Spanish or have anyone explain it to me, but surely the game is allowed to teach me Spanish. Okay, so that means, where is it? Still don't know which one is which, do we? Like, we don't know which face is which. I am losing my mind. Where it was this one. It's this one. So, Cuchillo is Luis Delgado, presumably. Maybe the last piece of evidence is what gets me their faces. And then we have Metras, which is machine guns, Ramon Torres. So we have everything except which one is which. And that's probably the symbols list I thought could be related. Oh yeah, the symbols list. I don't think they had matching tattoos. One person had a tattoo of like, you can use the magnifying glass. He's changed the tattoo. This is like in Golden Idol case 4-3? No, 4-2. Where the guy's got like the name of the woman that he loves, but then they break up so that he changes it to Lone Wolf. It's exactly like that. And then you know which guy this guy is. You know which one this guy is from the living picture. So that's Ramon. So whoever has the other tattoo is Luis, the one on his neck. So this is Luis. But then I can't just end it when I don't have all the evidence. I think I've solved the case, but... Oh, I don't have this guy's first name, though. That's probably the last piece of evidence I need. Begins with N. And Schroeder. Do I have to go... to think about this. Can I Google Hyena? No, it's not going to be that easy. Unknown shooter. I believe he may have been killed. Well, wait. I said the shooting and the, like, double were both... those might be two different people. Like, the shooter could have been actually just trying to kill him. Although I have a... No. This guy was the shooter. He shot his own double. So why is he writing like he's not in on the plan? They're sending some new bodyguards tomorrow. Oh, the bodyguards were also not in on it. Okay. Ultimate. I'm literally just Googling every word. I don't need to do that. Missing alert to blue. Maybe the CIA sent the bodyguards were not sent to kill him though, because they didn't kill him. Someone killed he killed the bodyguards and his double. Maybe the bodyguard, but if the bodyguards were going to, I don't know. I'm a little bit confused. I guess he wanted to make sure that people thought he was dead. Also, what is the purpose of swapping the rooms? It's because they think they know which... Oh, they knew which one was the... Someone knew which one was the real him. So by swapping the rooms, whoever was looking at the... Is there anything in here to indicate that? Swapping the rooms would have tricked someone in particular? Paul Gerhardt. So I guess someone knew which name he was checking it under? They were looking for Paul. I sent them to his room. So Paul, quote unquote, is the real one. The bodyguards knew which one they were supposed to come and see. But because he was the one that orchestrated the switcheroo, he definitely wrote that script, right? Ernst Gerhardt. So Ernst is the actor, which is why he's saying, oh, the plot thickens, is because he thinks he's acting. So he's saying that type of thing. He has no idea what that means that his brother was here. He has absolutely no idea what that means. He thinks it's part of the movie. Okay. And so yeah, the bodyguards would have gone to quote unquote Ernst's room. They would have gone to the actor's room. Where could I possibly find... The bodyguards were coming to pick him up. Dr. Schmidt. Dr. Schmidt was the doctor from a previous case, which has given us a little bit. It tells us that he's in Toronto now. I think that's the only thing I can get from it, though. Because, yeah, we've got this... Dr. Schmidt was one of the Schultz brothers. I think he was the one with the scar. Yeah, he's the one with the scar. So he's working as a dentist in Canada, and he pioneered some new dentistry technique. And it doesn't look like we can see the guy anywhere in this picture, but he's on the patient list. Does the number mean anything? Oronectomy 38. Surely this is a real patient list, but like he knows the guy because they're both Nazis or whatever, right? Surely this is not like a coded patient list. That means something else. D. Rodrigo. I don't think we've seen any of these other names. Maybe I should check for the where is it? Not this. This was only here to teach me Spanish, right? There's nothing else in here that I need. CIA declassified. And I got it by searching. Oh, wait, what? Hello? Is this the last clue? This is the last clue. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Timetable and forecast. No ferries on Mondays. Why do I need to know what day it was? This is clearly can be used with this, right? There was a ferry, so it's not a Monday. It's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. What do these letters mean as well? Can I like zoom way in on the ferry and see some kind of... Can I zoom in on anything and see anything? You can't see a fairy in the background here. It's sunny. So we know that it's, Wait, what time is it? Do we have the time? Are we trying to get the time? Because I feel like... Okay. LRDS, LRDS, LRDS. Okay. Whoop. Are these destinations? Puerto de Alba is where we're starting. I'm quite confused what I'm doing with this. I'm just going to go over all my evidence. LRDS. I'm so sure about this. This is, I've definitely cracked this aspect of the case. But there's still some other aspects, like his first name. I mean, his first name is surely either somewhere earlier in some other thing. Have we seen him somewhere else? We should know what he looks like if we look at the fake, right? Like, we can't see his face, but apparently they look really similar. So this is what he looks like. Can we go back to an earlier case and maybe see if there's someone that looks like that? We can go way back if we want. Squad photo, everyone's got helmets, so it's going to be quite difficult to see. He would have been quite young in this one. Maybe it's not going to be that kind of deal. Yeah, I don't think there's too much we can use from earlier cases here, other than figuring out where he went. Maybe we can get his name somehow. I feel like his name is either encoded somewhere in the evidence. Can I call the fairy? Well, surely that would be another piece of evidence, but we can take a look. Surely I wouldn't need to solve this if I could just call whichever fairy it is. SV is not an option, I don't think. PB. Palermo Bistro? That's probably not a fairy. BE. I have to assume these are fairy names, but LR. How many different ones are there? There's only 4, right? They're just repeated in different orders here. I mean, first, I guess I got to figure out which one it is, and then maybe I could figure out... calling the ferry is a good idea. I just don't know... Puerto de Alba Ferry. Oh, is it just called Puerto de Alba? Can I just do it like that? No, we've got no Puerto. I could try Palermo Bistro, just to... I don't think it's going to be PB. I also don't know if there's going to be any more phone calls in this case, because... Yeah, that one I didn't pick up. Because phone call surely counts as evidence, right? So that's probably not allowed. Who is R? That seemed probably pretty difficult to figure out. Woof woof is something that's probably a clue. But what does that mean? Maybe that's going to come back in a later case. Hyena in a forced hiding. Something seems to have happened. We believe he may have been killed. He made his name as an expert in disguise and deception. I think that may have been a clue to nudge me in the right direction. Google fairy name. Oh yeah, you're right. But it's not just Puerto de Alba Ferry, is it? Is it? I feel like that would have given me ferry timetable. Yeah, that's this one. I mean, I could try Googling LRDS, but that doesn't get me anything. I don't think I'm allowed to get any more Google results. We know it wasn't Tuesday, and if it was Thursday, it was 4 p.m. And otherwise, it was one of these other 2 days. Do we have the time? Landing begins at 5:30 a.m. This is talking about a completely different thing, right? Del Toro Strategic Battle Operations Guide. What is this actually? This must be from like years and years ago. It's literally just to teach me Spanish. This is just here to give me the yeah, this is just here to tell me about Cans of Glory. Oh, wait a minute. After this, I will spend some time at the next port until things have cooled down. So how long ago did this happen? He said after a month he's going to go see Dr. Schmidt. So maybe what I'm supposed to be getting is not his first name, but where he is right now. How long ago did this happen? I don't think it says anywhere how long ago it happened, but I think I'm supposed to figure out what port he's at. Like, just so that I can narrow down what type of thing this is. I feel like I probably can't get the answer this way, but if I put like El La Right. It's probably not that easy. Is there a location that would be BE? Oh, wait a minute. I could get locations. There's no way this is what I'm supposed to do, right? Can I do Macas? No. So these places are not like allowed. Carmen de Bolivar, there's no CB. These look like they're places, but I don't think I have a list of like fully spelled out ports that I could say. I feel like I'm getting somewhere, but it's not quite. There must be something to indicate what day it was. Raul Sanchez. Here's another time. We've got the script somewhere, right? They don't say anything about when he's supposed to come out. We got a clock. Okay. So it's almost 7. Although, when was this photo taken? This doesn't actually help that much, does it? Oh! Around 11 a.m., the large bodyguards came asking for Mr. Paul. So he died after 11 a.m. Oh shit, so I can rule out 10 a.m. Oh my god. Oh my god, the shooting was at 11 a.m. Yep, you're right. Wait, the hotel guy said the shooting was at 11 a.m. Hold on. Wait, no, the bodyguards were there at 11 a.m. Or did he say the next day? Hold on. No, I think he said the bodyguards were there. But were the bodyguards there at the same day as the shooting? I think I can... The bodyguards were there at 11 a.m. Let's check out Cans of Glory. Because this guy heard the 3 shots, which is how we know 3 people died. I guess. They're involved with Playa del Toro. Came from the lighthouse. My brother went up there after, took a photo. I'll send it. Las Rocas del Sur. Las Rocas del Sur. Okay. So we have something. And San Venturo. I'm just supposed to learn these names from here, I guess. Okay, so it was after 10 a.m. Do we still not have a day of the week? Because I've narrowed it down to these 7 spots, right? Thursday. It could be Thursday afternoon. After the sun came out. He got the bear on the day before. What am I supposed to use here? I also don't know BE or PB. And I already forgot the other one, so I'm going to have to go back and read that transcript when I want to fill them in. I can't do anything more with this, right? The important part is that because of the East and West thing and because of the photo and because of the guest list, I know that the names were swapped. Daniel H. is a little bit suspicious as the only person who didn't put his last name. Schneider might be suspicious because I think we have seen Schneider somewhere else, but I don't think we've seen an Emma anywhere. Oh, wait a minute. Is this the check-in time? Ernst is 9 a.m. Paul is 12:31 p.m. So I guess we're after 12 at this point, right? Assuming... Oh, wait a minute. We have the date. Oh, Ernst checked in the next day. So that's not actually as helpful as it looked. Does this somehow help us figure out the... Is there any reference to days of the week anywhere? That'd be too easy if it was in the briefing. It's not going to be in any of the documents, is it? It's going to be in like the... In a month. Let's see. Date distributed. I think that's pretty recent from my perspective because I'm in the 70s. There's nothing here except for like telling me what happened, right? This is just telling me what happened. Oh, whoops. Is there no reference at all to days of the week? Las Rocas del Sur and San Venturo. If I can remember San Ventura, I could just put in Las Rocas del Sur. I still don't know his name, though, is the thing. I don't know his first name. His first name must be for somewhere hidden somewhere in an earlier case. Like N. Schroeder is somehow findable. Bailey. Okay, we can go looking for N. Schroeder somewhere. Where might he be? Probably not anywhere in here. I don't think we get any names, do we? No. This is not going to be it. This one probably a bit more likely because I think. Well, no, we're not going to get any real names here, are we? No. What was that bit about the first name will have to stay? I think that's because someone gets moved. And we're like, oh, this person's going to get a new name, so she can't be... It's like the same fake name gets used twice, so that has already been answered. The Schultz brothers. Oronectomy 38. What? Maybe there's something I could do with that. Ed Schroeder. It's also a little bit weird that the real name would be there, but we're just going to ignore that. I'm not even sure where I would get a name that has... Let's see. Natalia begins with N, but I don't think that's going to be right. Is his name hidden in plain sight somehow? Is this another... Or it's coded somewhere? I might need a clue, you know? This might be a little bit too tough. The script, maybe? Oh, the script. Let's take another look at the script. That'd be wild to put his real name in the script. Tooth and Claw. Is that a clue? Altman Varietstyle. Assume you are always being filmed. Maintain a dry wit, a steady gaze, and a sense of detachment. Make a note of him. What is the screwdriver? Oh, the screwdriver is for messing with the room numbers. Yeah, I'm just gonna go for a clue. Point me in the right direction, please. Review a transcript from an old case about dentists. For the first name? That's what I did to get the... Oh, wait, a transcript. Hold on. A transcript is not the same thing as a piece of evidence. These are the transcripts. I'll tell Dirk you were asking about his work. I think Diego Rodriguez is weirdly knows Neil Young. That's probably not it. It's probably not Natalia either. Yeah, I think Diego weirdly like knew a lot. He's a tailor. How does he know all of this? Because the more this goes on, I remember he knows a lot. Dr. Schmidt. Nico, a charming fellow patient visiting from Paraguay. That's where I was supposed to find it? Ooh, that's a... I would have to look deep for that one. Okay, fair enough. If I looked in... I thought there was just going to be one piece of evidence from an earlier thing. So now I need to figure out what day of the week it is when this happens. Presumably he didn't make it all the way back to... Is there really nothing here about... Can we say like the first was like a Monday or whatever? Can we say like... There's like something closes at 4 p.m. that would have been open. This guy is so suspicious. What is he doing? Level 3 floor plan. Diego still being relevant is interesting. Yeah, Diego is like... Diego didn't send me... There's a couple people that are like... How did I even get in touch with Diego? Was it the docket? We contacted an associate in Buenos Aires to assist you. His name is Diego Rodrigo. So yeah, Diego knows these guys, whoever is contacting me. This isn't going to give me the day of the week. I've gotten everything from case 2 that I'm going to get, I think. Maybe there is an earlier case. Like, how close together are these events? Maybe there is an earlier case that ties like a day of the week to a... Like, there's no date on this article, is there? I think we're in May at the moment. Wednesday, March... They don't expect me to use this. They do not expect me to use this, do they? There's absolute... Hold on. Just for my own sanity, is March 11th... We're just going to test with this date. What day of... What... Why am I caps lock? What day of the week was March 11, 1971? It was a Thursday. It was not a Wednesday. I can't possibly use this, right? They don't expect me to use this to go all the way from March to May. That can't be right. I could technically do it, but I don't think that's going to be correct. Do I know what day of the week it is right now? Do I have like a calendar or something? Doesn't look like it. That can't possibly be what I'm supposed to do. So we couldn't actually rule out 12 p.m. because the check-in was the day before. Wait a minute. No, there is probably something I could do. I was chatting with a tourist couple who wanted to know how to get to Las Rocas del Sur and San Venturo. Does that mean that it wasn't time to go there yet? So we were on Wednesday? Like, it's not too late for the... But if they're asking how to get there, they could have missed it. They could have missed the ferry and they don't know. And also, they didn't say anything about taking the ferry. Maybe they were going to take a bus or something. Right? I can't actually figure it out just based on that. Or are these the only options because... Okay, wait. Is there like a hidden watch somewhere in one of these photos? Is the time hidden somewhere in this photo? Yes, we've seen your tattoo. I feel like I've looked all over this photo to try to get the time, and it's not happened. What was that bit about? We didn't hear them leave after the... 2 bodyguards came to the front desk asking for Mr. Paul. They said there was protection. I sent them to his room. They left and went to the fun fair. So they went to the fun fair around 11 a.m. How long were they at the fair? Can we try to figure out how much time passed? And that's the secret. So it was 11 a.m. He came over here. Moving around the market, then towards the seaside. It's really not clear how much time passed here. I feel like it's probably not 4 p.m. I feel like it probably wasn't 5 hours between the bodyguard showing up. Because it sounds like he heard the shots right after he left the shooting thing, right? So that's like... That wouldn't be 5 hours, would it? Wait a minute, can we figure out if it was raining yesterday? What was the weather yesterday? We're saying that this guy was doing all the shooting in the rain. Unless it was 4 p.m., I guess. He could have been playing in the rain, I guess. Am I really just supposed to take... I'm gonna need help with this, but it's I know it's just gonna point me to the very first thing that I need to do. It's not actually gonna help me with the part that I'm stuck on. Review the ferry timetable. I need one more hint. The weather in town seems to show sun after some rain. Wait, what? Am I... These puddles! Oh, I'm silly. I'm very silly. I'm very silly. There's puddles. And there's an umbrella. So it was raining earlier. So it's PB. He's in PB. Which is probably Porta something. Porto... Wait, what? Okay, maybe it won't be that simple. How am I supposed to figure out... Where is this? Oh. PB in Paraguay. We've got somewhere. We've got somewhere. Is it Playa? Is it from somewhere earlier I'm supposed to know that this place exists? PB? That, just to check, I'm right in saying it wasn't here, right? It's Las Rocas del Sur and San Venturo. I can't actually get it from that. PB. Playa Bruma. Wait, what? Any indication is there reason for visiting? Perhaps catching the ferry to see the beaches at Playa Bruma or Bahia Escondida. Okay, he's in Playa Bruma. He's not in Canada yet, but he wants to go there. So maybe if it wanted extra credit. Okay, so his name is Nico Schroeder. Nico is, we've gotten from a hint. Schroeder ties to the place that we got it from the hint, but we figured it out on our own. Ramon Torres is going to be from the CIA list of people. He's a machine gunner. He did something fancy with his tattoo to make it look like it was a globe instead of the machine gunner thing. I think the other one might be a disguise as well, you know? Yeah, the other one's disguised as well. It was a knife, but he made it into a barbell. Okay. Or a dumbbell. Luis Delgado has disguised his thing. Ramon Torres has disguised his thing. These guys are both in Puerto de Alba because this is the real them. They're dead right here. This guy's the actor. And the hyena is on this ferry in this picture after leaving his hat, sunglasses, and sniper rifle and shiny bullet. And he's been ratted. He's not gotten away with it. He's going in the rat hole. You take the rat line, you end up in the rat hole. Oh, by the way, the Steam icon for this game in my Steam library, I feel like I don't want to mess around with screen share too much, but it's the guy. It's just this guy's face. He doesn't look like this, but he looks like he does in the first case. So that's suspicious. They're both members of the Lazarosa, decried mercenaries, and were working as enforcers for the Paraguayan government. They're both dead in Puerto Alta. So I'm not reading the whole thing. I've identified the hyena as well as Cusia and Metra. Cusio is Luis Delgado. And Metra, I get score. Oh, I need to get a score. Wait, can I fail this and then not get the score? Then there's no way to get it. So I should probably be careful to get it right. And we're working as enforcers of the Paraguayan government. They're both dead in Puerto Alba. The other man that dead there is Cyril Lampley. Did I get that name anywhere? I feel like I've not been paying attention. He was hired by Pantalla Sur Productions, apparently, for an experimental film. In reality, he was hired as he was a dead ringer for the Hyena. The Hyena arrived at his hotel a day before Lampley, who was staying... Am I blind? Oh, opposite. Who was staying opposite? Like... Okay, I guess, yeah, swapped the room numbers. It's a weird phrasing. Nothing else fits. He was staying in the room opposite. I feel like there's some words missing, but I can understand the meaning. He swapped the room numbers so that Cusio and Metra picked up the wrong man. Are we supposed to understand that the mercenaries were there to kill him? Or at least he was paranoid and wanted to fake his death. They then circulated around town with Lampley playing his role until they were all executed by the Hyena. The Hyena then fled to Playa Bruma. He can be identified through his choice of... What? Can I move? His choice of dentist, one Alex Schmidt, and goes by Nico Schroeder. So if I can get this wrong, let me just double check. Laza Rosa, mercenaries, Paraguayan government, experimental film, dead ringer for Hyena, staying opposite on the murder. He swapped the room. Yeah, this all looks fine, I think. So the last word is dentist. All correct. I get score. I'm not so sure that's a real thing. I feel like maybe they wrote that thinking it was going to work that way, but it doesn't actually work that way. But yeah, I'm ready to hop straight into the next case. So we pet the dog. And then we go to sleep. Am I going to get another phone call? I feel like it's time for some major plot progression to happen. The silent partner. These are getting tougher. They're definitely getting tougher. Oh. What was that sound? Hello? Scorpion, the Sergeant, and the Missing Man. It seems like this is just the new format. Mr. Perlman, our final South American target is the Scorpion, the Bolivian police captain and head of a tactical squad known as the Acción. They are known for ruthless political suppression. We also need the name of his sergeant, who is known to be a close confidant. We don't have why am I like only going after people in South America all of a sudden? I guess that's where a lot of them escape to, but still. We don't have a lot to give you, but have been informed that a photography business in one of the major towns in the Valle-Plano area that can help. Wait, a major business? Wait, this sentence... But have been informed that a major photography business in one of the major towns in the Valle... I think the word "that" needs to be removed, or there needs to be an "of" somewhere, but it's fine. Finally, we believe there is a missing man of interest. Please locate him as a matter of urgency. Best L. The detective known as... Wait, this is new. How come you're suddenly giving me a letter if you... Hold on. You trusted me with your letter. Are you sure about that? Hold on. Okay. Well, this is less information than we've ever gotten, but photography business. You seem to have left out some information. Yeah. Wait, what photography business? One of the major towns in the Valle-Plano area can help. Do I need to learn geography to proceed? Bolivia. All infrastructure must meet the requirements of the cardinal zone in which it is to be installed. So we've got Bolivia, Chile is over there, Perdido's over there. Some of our stuff has taken place in Perdido, Valle-Plano, Yana, Tambo. Can I zoom in a bit? Elvina, Medio, Colina. What does this mean? This is how the roads work? I don't quite understand what I'm learning about the roads here, but maybe we can do something with Elvina. No? East India Company. They're still around. Frente Socialista. I mean, I could just guess some stuff that's related and try to figure it out, but I don't think that's going to be the correct way to go about any of this. Oh. Quiru cameras and photography. Sure, that's probably who I'm looking for. Quiru cameras and photography, Gabriella speaking. Hello, Gabriella. My name is Perlman. I believe I'm supposed to contact you. Ah, yes, you're calling about the captain's son. The captain's son? Yes, you'll be wanting the photos. The photos? The ones that trace the journey. Stop, let's just rewind for... Yes, please, thank you. Oh, sorry, I thought you knew what you were calling about. How could I help? Who's the captain's son? The captain has a 15-year-old son named Hugo. He's a keen amateur photographer who visits our shop regularly. He bought a Minolta from us about a year ago and comes in every month or so to develop his photos. Okay. Is he close to his father? Very. He speaks of him with great admiration and clearly looks up to him. Any other interests? Like most boys his age, he loves football. He's also shown a real fascination with astronomy and was very excited about the Aurora Comet a few months back. Yes? We spoke at length about how to capture it in low light from his family home. He lives in the foothills where it can get quite foggy. Okay, so we're getting information about where he lives already. What are these photos? Hugo usually takes pictures of trees and birds, but not long ago we came across a set of photos that were different. In what way? They seemed to show him spending the day with his father while the captain attended meetings. Some of what we saw struck us as highly relevant to the current situation. Which situation? Sorry, I'm catching up. The stolen election, of course. Politicians disappearing, voting booths burned. So you made copies of the photos. We did. We can pass them on to you. Do you have any additional information about them? The photos contain a lot, but a couple things stood out. First, we believe the entire batch was taken on a single day. Go on. It looks like they traveled through at least 2 of the 3 major towns, Tambo, Quiru, and Yama, as well as a few other locations. Any other details? Looking at the passage of the sun, it seems they traveled in a big loop. Understood, thanks. So he lives in the foothills, and they traveled with these towns in a big loop. I'm guessing this is all to figure out where this guy lives. Oh boy, we got a lot of evidence. We got... What's this? Is this... This guy looks familiar. Is this the guy? That might be the guy. What is this symbol on his back, and what does this symbol mean? Santo Cristo. Oh, we've got a lot. We've got a lot. Wait, I've still got the fairy timetable? Probably not supposed to use that. Yeah, the number didn't change, so it'll let me look for things from previous things, but... Santo Cristo. Can I call the church? I can call some churches, but... Oh, I can call this church. We're just going to gobble up evidence nice and quick. Parish of Santo Cristo del Valle Plano, Father Alfonso speaking. Alonso? Alfonso? Good day, Father. My name is Perlman. Alonso. Peace be with you, Perlman. How may I help? I'm looking into a few matters, the church and a certain captain. I can speak to public, pastoral matters, but you'll understand I cannot discuss anything from confession. Of course. Then ask what you need. Tell me more about the church. Santo Cristo del Valle is the oldest parish in Quiru. The native... Quiru? The nave dates back to 1886. The bell was recast after the Great Storm of 42. We're unique in that our doors face south rather than east. What on earth do I need to know that for? Why is that? An egocentric bishop. Busy parish? Very. We serve families from Tambo, Quiru, and Hyena, and travelers from Colina and Reflejo Azul when markets are on. We host youth catechism on Wednesdays and a soup kitchen each Friday. Any recent trouble? Only the usual leaky roof, too few hands. I would help if I could, Father, I am sure. Tell me about the captain. I can only speak to what is public. The captain attends Mass irregularly, more often at sundown. He sits near the north aisle. Why do I need to know that? Why do I need to know this? Beneath St. Michael. Family? He has a boy, Hugo, courteous, camera over the shoulder. They brought offerings on St. Joseph's feast. Temperament? Formal, careful with words. I believe he tries to hide it, but I have detected notes of a French accent. Not German. No, I spent some time at a seminary in Normandy, so I know the difference. And your view of him, Father? A priest should be a shepherd to all. Still, I would be remiss if I pretended not to see where certain roads lead. There are banners I will not bless, and boots I will not hear marching in our nave. I see. Between us, outside confession, I found a slip of paper wedged behind the St. Michael votive stand on the day of his great-nephew's christening. His great-nephew's what? The hand is his. I copied it for safekeeping. Oh, there's so much. There's already so much. I kept a copy. The original was returned where I found it, so no one need be accused of theft. If it may serve the truth, I can pass you the This guy has like a really weird code of what, like he found. Is that not basically the same as it being something he shared in confession? Like, he clearly didn't want anyone to read this note. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. I'm glad I got the information, at least. I haven't even looked at any of these other photos. Can we, like, make them small? No, I don't want to do that. I want to do that. And that. And then I want to... Did the controls change or something? Because I thought shift was for stacking, but I feel like making a magnifying glass is not the same thing as stacking. Is this the thing? Wait, where's... Oh no, this is something else that he also gave me. How is that only one piece of evidence? I'm down to... The rooster! This is familiar. Wait, is this one of the photos that I initially got? Or is this like... We're just going to put all the photos over here. He went to the vineyard, so he knows the Viking, I guess. Tell Sergeant to arrange for transport of suspect. Inform Bureau of Detainment and Questioning. Meet with KH to arrange personal hire and flammable materials. Personally assess suspect JE. Send him to location agreed with KH. And there's a big fire. Wait, did we read about this fire somewhere? Wait, what? Why did this just... Why did these start glowing like this? Wait, hold on. Did they look like this a second ago? Wait, no, they didn't. How did I... They have... This is a bug, because they have that glowing effect as they're loading, but I guess it froze on, like, the first frame. I think. Okay, 1971 christenings. Martin Alvarez, Nicolas Ferreira, Juan Cruz, Benitez, Santiago Moretti, Federico Ledesma, Tomas Ibarra, Emiliano Rojas, Andres Paliasos, Carlos de Luca, Frank. These names are not seeming super familiar to me. 5,000 pesos, contributions, and government support. Okay. I've got once again, I've got a lot of information and no idea what to do with it. Who is the missing? Finally, there's a missing man of interest. How do I even know that? So this is the same photo from earlier, from a different angle. Well, no, not exactly, because the rooster's in a slightly different place. But this is very, very close to when the other one was taken. So I'm going to be able to use that somehow. It seems like the big focus is on where he is. Brisa de Uva. Wine festival poster. Okay. Local vineyards. Oh, we've seen this. Perdido Wines. But we already knew that was Perdido Wines. This is, yeah, this appears in the background of the other photo. But we already know that. We've seen this as well. We saw this in... Wait, this is a really random connection. That axe. We saw that in was it the second one? I think it was the Hoffman one. This are they in, but they're not in South America there, are they? Where were they when that photo was taken? How on earth is that related? And the fish as well, although it's 2 fish instead of 3 fish. But they do look familiar. I don't think the other ones look too familiar. But the Perdido wines part is important. What have we got here? Frente Socialista. Whoop, hello? Why am I wasding? Can I call Frente Socialista? Maybe? If I can figure out the UI? Yes, I can. At Frente Socialista, campaign headquarters, the struggle never sleeps. Hello, my name is Perlman. I'm conducting some investigations in the area. Who am I speaking with? Depends on who's asking. I'm looking into a few persons of interest, a captain, a sergeant, and a missing man. Then you've come to the right place. My name is Rosa. Ask what you want. Tell me about the captain, the Scorpion. The Scorpion, a man who poisons everything he touches. His hobby is misery, his talent is cruelty, and his only legacy will be a shallow grave. If there's justice, he'll end up stung by his own tail. What can you tell me about the sergeant? Ah, the sergeant, a pig in polished boots, vain, lazy, and for sale to the highest bidder. Expensive tastes? Oh yes, tag watches, champagne, imported cars. He parades around in his green Ford Falcon like a king, though lately I haven't seen him much in Hyena. He sounds like a man of taste. Taste, please, he'd drink bleach if you paid him enough. Why are people so interested in him? Probably because if the Scorpion falls, the sergeant might take his place. And unlike the captain, he's not hard to buy. A dictatorship on credit, that's his idea of government. So, okay. What about the missing man? Which one? Around here, the earth eats people daily. Unfortunately, I don't know his name. Then I'll give it to you. Councillor Eduardo. He was our candidate. Vanished a week before the election and hasn't been seen since. You've been searching for him? Of course. Even his poor mother is out on the streets handing out flyers. Can you imagine? A woman advertising her own missing son like a lost dog. Do you know why he vanished? Because he threatened to expose the Scorpion's corruption. He lit a match in a room full of gasoline and then he disappeared into the smoke. That's all for now. Thank you, Rosa. Be careful, Perlman. Here, questions have sharp teeth, and they'll bite you before the answers do. Okay, we got some stuff. So we can't Google. Also, I noticed there's a yellow sign here, and that means something. Is this like a you can pass versus you can't pass? I don't know why I would use that. Is this like the roads go both ways versus one way? I really don't know what to make of that. Oh, we've got a license plate. Is that going to come up? Can I Google a license plate? Probably not. Whoop, I did not mean to open that. Wait, can I not put numbers in here? It seems like I can't put numbers into the library. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, there's symbols on people's jackets that probably mean something. Don't know how I'm going to get that. There's football. This is probably going to be the car that we care about. Wait, was this the guy I was talking to on the phone? That might hurt my theory of this idea that he's the guy that's been calling me, because surely I would have recognized his voice, right? What else is in here? There's Councillor Eduardo we've got. We can't do it that way. Missing fly. It seems like we're supposed to do something with I can do stuff like this. I can search Hyena and oh wait, I've already done that. That was another way to get that. Can I look up other places from that picture? Ford Falcon. Can I look up Ford? Oh, look at that. Can that? Did that not make my number of hints go down? Its owners all need to be reached immediately for a coolant system replacement. In all cases, have been unable to drive their cars no more than very short distances from their homes before the vehicle starts overheating. And then we've got... Oh, so we're saying this person couldn't have driven very far when that picture was taken. Unless he had the same car at other times. Let him match room from gasoline. I mean, I could put in Eduardo for... That's the first name, right? It's going to be a first name. Can I put in counselor? No. Maybe his last name is Eduardo? I feel like that would make more sense if you're referring to him as Counselor Eduardo. So he was the candidate, and we don't know where he went. I feel like I'm making decent progress with the finding the evidence. And then, yeah, any town I look up, I don't know what to make of a lot of stuff that I'm seeing, though. Bolivia, Argentina. Which one is the green card? Just for my knowledge. Falcon. Is that what we were told? Was it a Ford Falcon? Yeah, green Ford Falcon. So this is what he's been driving. He can't go any more than a short distance from his home before. But surely you could just like stop and then keep going. We're probably not meant to look at it that way. Abel Oliva. Can we start by putting in a fake name and then once we think we know his real name, that's probably a fake name, right? Although I feel like we're getting farther and farther away from the original concept. Are we not just like killing random corrupt officials now? It doesn't actually say that this is someone from the Ratline. This could just be like a normal corrupt official, right? I haven't seen it much in Hyena. So we want to figure out where this is. I really want to know what this symbol means. Does this mean like across the border and this means within the border? What does it mean? Okay. The wine is from Montefiores. Okay. So I guess we just say that the scorpion is in. It can't be that easy, can it? No, it can't be that easy because that's not an option. So we know where he gets the wine from, but what on earth does that do for us? That is the right symbol, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it's that one. But what on earth? International? Maybe I'm just supposed to Google them. No? Am I supposed to find a Montefiore vineyard? Montefiore watches? That seems like a stretch. This seems like a big stretch. Although we did hear something about someone likes fancy watches. Okay, I guess this is Daniel Montefiore speaking. Good day, Daniel. My name is Saul Perlman. I have no idea why I'm calling you. Perlman, forgive me asking. That is a Jewish name, yes? It is. I am Jewish, sort of. Then we share that bond. My family, too. You will understand. Names carry weight, especially in Europe. That's partly why I'm calling. I came across the name Montefiore in some old papers. It was mentioned in connection with vineyards. You are not mistaken. My mother's family once owned a vineyard in France, Montefiore Wines, outside Lyon. It was everything to them. So that's where the guy's from, right? Because he has a French accent. What became of it? It was stolen. Stolen? Yes, by betrayal. But I will not get ahead of myself. Ask what you need to know and I will answer. Tell me about the vineyard. The Montefiore estate lay just outside Lyon, rows upon rows of vines, a cellar older than the Revolution, and a label known in every cafe along the Rhône. Your mother's family owned it? Yes, she grew up among the barrels and presses. They had dreams of exporting, of building something lasting. Yellow sign maybe for road-type highway. Oh. Yeah, maybe that'll... Oh, yeah. If I look at the map, I'll probably see different types of roads. What happened? The war. Everything changed after 1940. My grandfather joined the resistance. My grandmother struggled to keep the vines tended. Still, the land was theirs by blood and right. Tell me about the betrayal. My father died when I was very young. It was my mother's second husband, a man named Moreau. When the occupation began, he made his choice quickly. What choice? To collaborate. He found favor with the new authorities, and in doing so, he sold out my mother's family. The vineyard? Yes, he exposed them, signed the papers, and within a month, Montefiore Wines was no longer ours. Soldiers came, sealed the cellars, and carried off the stock. My family fled or were taken. How did you escape? I was already taken in by relatives in England. After the war, I returned to restore the family name. Thank you, Daniel. That's all for now. Of course, time keeps its stories. Sure does. All right, so that is surely that's the name, right? Moreau, which I believe is going to be a last name. Whoops. There were a few things in there. I feel like this is one of those things where we're going to keep coming back to points of evidence and looking at them again and again. Okay. Mother's second husband. It's not going to be as easy as looking up Moreau, is it? Never that easy. And we can't look up Monte... No, we can't. I think I already tried that. The vineyard was stolen. The war happened. His grandfather joined the resistance. Moreau collaborated, found favor with the new authorities, and sold out mother's family. Signed papers. That's just the name that we got, right? We don't actually learn that much from that. I should look at the yellow sign thing again. This doesn't seem to have road maps though, which is very inconvenient. What do we see? What do we hear about the shooting star? There's a lot of stuff in here that I didn't. The photos that trace the journeys. The photos are very important because they show where these guys went. Very excited about the Aurora Comet. How to capture it in low light from his family home. He lives in the foothills where it can get quite foggy. Are these the foothills? These places here? How do I see where the mountain is? Hugo usually takes pictures of trees and birds, but he showed ones where his father attended meetings. We've got the stolen election. They traveled through at least 2 of the 3 major towns, Tambo, Kiru, and Yama, as well as a few other locations. They traveled in a big loop based on the passage of the sun. Is that something I'm going to be able to figure out? It's like I can't see where the sun is. All I could see here is that it's daytime. So maybe I'm not a good enough photographer to... Why did that do that? I'm trying to make this picture small. Oh, we've got a picture of him. So maybe we'll find a photo of him somewhere. Okay, so she's past. So this is what we heard about. She's showing the RN37 and 90. That sounds like a useful thing to know, to have. Do we know where these guys are based? Because that would probably tell us what we need to know about the Oh, we can see the chain of command as well, based on who's saluting who. But are the same people present in different photos? So if you have a triangle that you, or a crossed out square that you salute circle people, and if you have lines, then you salute a square with a, wait, this is silly. Wait, hold on. If you have a I think the triangle people are the lowest. I think the triangle people are saluting everyone. So these guys are saluting line people. Line person is saluting... do I need to write this down? Unrelated. Have you heard of the moves of the diamond hand? I have not heard of the moves of the diamond hand. Not familiar. Just hold on. Moves... Oh, it's going to be another one. A narrative RPG. Jazz Drenched City. Builds on the gameplay of. Is it going to be one of those detective games that I like? It builds... Well, now I'm reading a different description now that I've actually... Of Cosmo D's previous game, the award-winning Betrayal at Colablo. I mean, this looks really cool. Definitely look into that more. What is the number? This case is number 5 or 6. Hold on. I've got my notes, but I actually haven't been doing notes on every single case. This is 6. You can't see it, but I'm going to do some notes. 6. Was it The Missing Man? What's it called? The Silent Partner. Way off. So I'm just going to make some notes on... There seems to be a chain of command for different types of soldiers. And then we've got... Okay. Are these, first of all, are these all of the photos? Whoops, did not mean to start dragging a face around. I guess an easier way is to check in the evidence to make sure. Oh, actually, this is kind of an easier way to look at the photos in general for some stuff. Because they're all labeled. So we don't know who this guy is. I'll just mention which photo I saw these in. Baptism photo. 3 lines and question mark and unknown. Salute. Square around dot. Hopefully I'm going to be able to make sense of that when I read it later. Triangle. If these are the same soldiers repeated, I might be able to figure out who the unknown guy is. And unknown. Salute 3 lines. So I think square around dot is pretty high up. Stadium photo. So here square with dot is talking to these guys. This might be the missing man. I think that's the missing man. We're just going to put that in for now. Because this picture, he's got the glasses and he's got a similar hair. And he's being dragged out. You said he was their candidate. And that they got him. I think that's probably him. Can I find out who she is and like call her and get the first name? Because that would be nice. So where was I? Stadium photo. Oh, stadium. That sounds like a helpful stadium photo. Oh, I didn't label the other one. Parade photo, which is probably also helpful. Stadium photo. So that also gives us a little bit of the order of events, doesn't it? triangle and crossed out square, salute, circle. Okay. I mean, I don't see circle in any of the other ones, so we can't really compare circle to anyone else. If these are the same guys every time, then can I figure out who this guy is? He doesn't have sunglasses. Is he the same guy as this guy? Is he circle? I could say question mark guy. Is it the same guy that I don't know who he is at this one and this one? I feel like these soldiers are everywhere. I feel like I can't try to find the same guy. I just need to like wait until I get more photos or more evidence that helps me. It's a surreal detective game. It feels like a fever dream. It has a demo. It's fun, but kind of hard due to skill checks. That does sound like it would make it a lot harder than a lot of these detective games. If I have to react. And, oh, there we go. If you see me play Shadows of Doubt, I would get into a lot of trouble in that one because you got to be quick on your feet in that one. It's got combat. It's got a lot of extra stuff that you don't always see in detective games. What is this number also? There's a big number here. What could I possibly do with that? Wine festival, local vineyards. Okay, well, I need phone numbers and I need things to search for to get my last couple pieces of evidence. But what would I possibly look up? This is definitely the same place from earlier. This is the same. I mean, I can figure out their. Oh, it did that thing again. I'm also not 100% sure what this means. I guess the cardinal zone is like one of these 4 quadrants. But what does that mean? The infrastructure has to be the. Does that mean if it's yellow, it's in the same place as other yellow stuff? So, but the thing is, I don't see 2 yellow signs anyway, so that doesn't help. Oh, I also know this guy's in Chile. Am I supposed to say he's in Perdido because he lives in Chile and he can't... Oh, wait, no, that's the wrong guy. Bolivia. So his location is Bolivia, but we don't know where he was until we can figure out where that picture was taken. I feel like I should be focusing on finding more evidence, but I really don't know where to look next. Where should I look next? The star... Wait, what is there a name of the comet? Can I figure out more about the comet? Maybe that's somewhere that I can go. Minolta. Can I look up Minolta? Can I learn about the camera? No. Aurora comet. Star map. Here we go. What do I do with this? Hello? Is this just going to tell me which way is north somehow in that photo? Also, why is the city on fire? This constellation I can see, it's got a pentagon and then 2 dots outside of the pentagon. So it can't be this one, or 3 dots. 2 on... Could this have been flipped? I feel like that doesn't work. That's not how constellations work, right? It's not this one. I mean, honestly, none of these terribly look like it. This one is kind of sort of close, but these 3 should be in a straight line, and they would be this 3 in this situation, so that doesn't work. I mean, if I get the answer now, I should probably write it down because I feel like I'm not going to remember. This one, I can do it by the number of stars first. Oh, this one is just the southwest one. So yeah, hold on. I'll make a note. In the comet photo, the constellation in the center is to the southwest. So that means, that should tell me the other ones, right? Like we're looking southwest. So this one over here, I guess it's, yeah, southwest, and the burning city is to the, did I say south? Is that right? Yeah, if you're facing southwest, then you look to the left, that's south, yeah. South. And then I guess, I don't know how much it matters. Wait, something doesn't match up here. This should be to the west. West. Yeah, this doesn't actually add up. Oh no, west, southwest, south. I think I wrote that. The burning city is to the south. And the manor is to the west. I'm not sure exactly how much that's going to matter. Do we know anything about why the city is burning? Fire. That doesn't get me anywhere. Burn. Arson. That doesn't get me anywhere. I've got one more clue left to find. Where could that last clue be? And also, can I start piecing together what is going on with... Why do I need to know the chain of command as well? Bolivian police captain. Bolivia just gets me the map, doesn't it? Yeah. Sergeant. Socialism. Google socialism. Sao Paulo Motors. We found this. We know that the green falcon can't be very far from where it's supposed to be. This probably is not going to be the right name for the sergeant, is it? I mean, it could be, but we'll go with it for now. Is this a phone number? Is this where I'm supposed to get the last thing? 6, 2, 3, or 8. I feel like that's going to be one too short for a phone number, but we could try to piece it together. 6, 2. Yes, it's 1 digit short, isn't it? No, it's 2 digits short, right? I would need to know the area code of... Oh, I do know the area code, don't I? Oh, no, maybe not. Brisa de uva. Did I find anything for wine festival poster? Local vineyards. Well, what's local here? What area code are we looking at? I'm assuming this is a phone number, right? What else could it be? It would help a lot if I knew if this was a 3 or an 8 as well. I could almost start guessing. Oh no, I'd still have to do 100 guesses, wouldn't I? It feels like something's going on here. I guess if I knew which city this was, then I could look for a business in that city, and then I would have the area code, right? Maybe that's something. So maybe we start tracking the sequence, the big loop that they made. They did a big loop. I should start writing down notes for this as well. Set of photos, all taken on a single day, all in a big loop. Went through at least 2 of the 3 major towns, Tambo, Kiru, and Yama, as well as other locations. What else am I supposed to do with this? Oh yeah, I could also say what I figured out, which is that stadium photo was before, what was it labeled as? It was before parade photo, since it shows counselor, did they say? What was his name? Or what was his title, I guess? Antisocialista. Hyena. Am I supposed to say that this is in Hyena? I think that's probably where I get it. I think he's just give it away where it was. But that doesn't mean that's where the guy is. Counselor Eduardo being kidnapped. Kidnapped is probably not the captured, sure. It's also probably in Llano, I'll say. So this one's in Llano. I don't think we know where this festival is. Brisa de Uva. Is there anything that tells me where the... Tell Sergeant to arrange for transport of suspect. Oh, the sergeant arranged the transport? Does that mean he used his car? So he couldn't have gone very far? Inform Bureau of Detainment and Questioning. Do you get the area code from the map? Oh, that's a good question. I don't think I saw it there. We do have this... I don't know what this means. This is probably really important, but I don't know what it means. I mean, maybe the quadrants are the different parts of each area. So maybe if there's two things in the same quadrant, they have the same area code. So what else do I know the location of? This is in Llano. Montefiore watches. Is this in... They're not in France, are they? Where did I get Montefiore watches? It's because I saw that it was... they're in Montefiore. They're in France, right? Yeah, these guys are in France. Okay. So that gets me the last name of the guy. Wait a minute. Do we have another situation where I have to go to the dentist list? What was this? You with KH. To arrange personnel hire and fund materials. Personally assess suspect JE. I'm going to make a note. Missing man is Counselor Eduardo, and his first name begins with a J. Missing man is Counselor Eduardo, and his first name begins with a J. I don't know how I'm going to use that information. Oh, wait a minute. Is he going to be somewhere on here? Don't see his name. But what about KH? KH. No? Probably using all kinds of pseudonyms anyway. Why do I have this thing? The church... Oh, the church is in Kiru. The church is in Kiru. And then we've got the vineyard. I think we know where that is, right? The vineyard is in... The vineyard is in... Sorry, just a sec. I feel like it's not as simple as just looking at a thing. What is this? Perdido. Okay, the vineyard is in Perdido. I feel like I knew that. The vineyard is in Perdido. So we know where everything is. Am I supposed to use the okay, wait. So they went through at least two of the three major towns across these photos. Right? And we know that this was in Llano, which is one of the three major towns. We don't necessarily know where this is. We know that this was in Kiru. So that means that the other one has to be in one of the other two major towns, right? Because the other Kiru or Yano and I feel like I've lost track. Which are the two that we don't know? We know 3 of them. Okay, hold on. Let me. What was this again? I wrote this down so that this would be easier. Then I didn't look at what I wrote down. So we've got Kiru and Yama. So I feel like we're not actually using the fact that they went through at least 2 of the 3 major towns. Because they could have gone through 1 more, but we just don't know if the last one's a major town. We don't know where this is, which is unfortunate because that doesn't tell us. Can I look up stadium? No. And they all went in a big loop, so they ended where they started. So they were here. They were in Yana. They were in Perdido. And then I had to understand that the stadium was in Tambo. How would I know? The stadium has this thing. So I need to figure out what the yellow thing is, right? All infrastructure meets the requirements of where it is. But I don't see this other flag anywhere, so how am I supposed to... Maybe the last piece of evidence is going to somehow relate. Okay, maybe getting some... I mean, the last thing is probably... I might need some help. Oh, I might need some help. Is this the part where I get help? I feel like... Yeah, I just don't know where to get that last piece of evidence. Check the docket for group names. Okay. This is a Googling thing, then. I'm supposed to... I don't know why I went to here. Scorpion docket. Azione. That should have been one of the first things I did was Google everything that was named in the docket. Squad composition guide. Oh, here we go. Okay. So now I have every piece of evidence. All captains are assigned squads with 2 lieutenants, 1 sergeant, 1 corporal, 2 privates. Oh my god, this is going to be... Oh! You have to salute the soldiers according to their rank. This is the person you're looking at. Okay. Okay, so we can figure out what the different things mean. Okay, I'm going to make a note of this. Triangle is private. Square around circle is captain, and then we can deduce the rest. Right? It shouldn't be too hard. So these guys are doing this kind of salute. Gonna make this bigger. They're doing the salute that you give a oh wait, what? Their thumbs aren't out, but I think it's the corporal salute. They're not really doing the 2 fingers for lieutenant. I'm gonna say for now circle is corporal. And then... So this guy's saluting someone that's below him in rank, but I guess that's fine. Right. And then, but then wait. Oh, these guys are doing the... But they're not doing the captain salute. Hold on. Now I'm getting confused. They're not doing the right salutes. What? I'm very confused. They do the same salutes no matter what's happening. Wait. How am I supposed to... What? Address your fellow soldiers in this manner according to their rank. Maybe they are doing, like... I mean, it's kind of... It kind of looks like they're doing the sergeant one, I guess. I feel like they need to make it really clear if they're doing it that way, though. Like, that looks really similar to this. But then they're not doing the captain salute for the captain. What? Is that why he's getting in this guy's face? He's like, you're doing the wrong salute. Don't do it like that. This is confusing. Why am I being given this thing of salutes? but it doesn't actually work. All squads. I also feel like this is probably important. All right, what do I want to focus on? There's so much going on. I guess I should figure out where the scorpion lives. He lives where his son lives, right? And they all went in a big circle. I'm really curious about this fire. I feel like... Wait a minute. I think I do have something about fires somewhere. Where is it? There's an article somewhere that has like 2 parts. Fires break out in major Valle Plano towns. Yama, Tambo, and Quito. Okay, so he's in Tambo, right? Because this all happened on the same day as... Wait, this is March 11th. So what day was this? We don't know what day this was, but I guess this all happened around the same time. So they're in Tambo, right? Because Yama and the other 2 places are already accounted for, right? Let me just check my list. Did I make up a name? Hold on. Yano, Yama. Those are not 2 different places. I just made up a name. It's all just Yana. But didn't I just see that it was Yama? Hold on. Now I'm getting really confused. It's not the Tromso. It's the Yama with an M. What? Yana. Is this intentionally confusing, or did they make a mistake? I'm gonna say Yama, since that's what it's saying here. I think I'm supposed to take from this that he's in Tambo, though. I think. We're gonna put in Tambo for now. And that's gonna be okay for now. Abel Oliva. So that means that wherever this place is, I'm gonna have to figure out about the road signs that I don't understand. So he's not in the same place that has the other type of road sign. Ah, this is tricky. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is this like what does this mean? This is like right, left, right, or right, right, right. And then it's colored in differently. I don't know what this means. I don't know how it relates to anything that I could see in the photo. Oh, wait a minute. There's a dotted line here. So what is... And that's like this kind of dotted line? I really don't know what to make of this. This is quite confusing. I've still got that number that I don't know what to do with. Oh, I'm lost. Do I need another hint of some kind? This one, I think I'm already on the right track. It's going to tell me about the car. Check the car registration. The car is stranded in a particular town where the sergeant lives. Okay. So wherever this photo was taken is where the sergeant lives. But where... What does this mean? Line, dashed line, solid line. Are there like other roads that I can see? I feel like this is the only road that I can see. Oh, wait a minute. We know where this is because this is Frente... I'm so confused. I'm getting so turned around and so confused. We already knew the answer to this the whole time. We actually know the whole time because the guy told us. I wrote this down. It is in Yama or Yano or Yana. He's in Yana. Hyena. That's where he is. Okay. And we have a photo of him, don't we? We do have a photo of him. That's probably what we get from one of these things. Because we've got a captain, and we know what the captain looks like, right? This is probably the guy. But when do we see his face? You can't drag out. Whoops. We just figure out who he is from the There's a few things I'm missing about this case. Is there some like weird twist that I'm missing, maybe? Because that feels like that could be the case. This must be another situation where I saw him somewhere else. This christening is also probably important. This is probably like, if I know the christening, then I know something else. How would I narrow this down at all? Do I somehow know that he's like the guy that he's talking to here? Can I somehow... He's got white cuffs on his hands, but he's not in uniform here. Or no, maybe he is. No, he's not actually in uniform. I think I'm supposed to say that like, oh, he's got black hair that looks like this. Can this only possibly be him? Is that what I'm supposed to take from... A serious-looking man who is tailed by his melancholic son. That must be him, right? I feel like they've keep mentioning the son, and he's the fact that he's tailed by his son. Can I like pin this? I guess this is how I get his face. It feels a bit unsatisfying, but I guess that's him. Oh, we know his name from that too, don't we? Hold on a second. Right? Maybe it's not his real name though. I don't know. Although the guy has trouble keeping his mouth shut, the Viking does. So maybe he accidentally revealed his real name. My friend Patrice is sending a guest my way this evening, a certain Jorge. That's him. That's him. That's this guy. I don't know if Patrice is going to be right, but that's him. He was sent to the Viking. Okay. I mean, that could be right. I think I have to go with it for now. Okay, we're getting somewhere. We were told the sergeant has expensive taste. He does have expensive taste, doesn't he? Maybe that's going to be noticeable somewhere in here. In fact, I think they gave examples, didn't they? What did they say about his expensive taste? Oh, that was Frente Socialista that told us about him, maybe. You know what I didn't actually use the stars, did I? I'll have to take a look at those and see if I missed something. A pig in polished boots. Maybe that's literal? Tag watches, champagne, imported cars. He parades around his green Ford Falcon like a king. Tag watches. Is that going to be helpful? I mean, I never solved the salute thing is weird because where even is it? I don't actually see it on here anymore. Did I untag it somehow? Squad. It is untagged. Let's tag it. There's 2 privates. This seems important too. There's 2 lieutenants, 1 sergeant, 1 corporal, 2 privates. Tactical units wear tan. Normal police units wear blue. I didn't even notice that. Due to a range of officers being targeted, please disregard all information below. The soldiers use standard private regulation salutes. Soldiers continue to salute all ranks above their own. So this was just to make sure that I actually knew how to read, which I did not, apparently. My bad. Okay, never mind. So we can solve this. It's just normal police units wear blue. There's like 7 people per squad, but we don't have the whole squad here. So this guy's saluting someone above him. So the 3 lines are at least sergeant. I think I wrote down that it was sergeant, but it's not necessarily sergeant. I think I said circle is corporal. Might have to go back on that. 3 lines is either, what did I say? If he's getting saluted by 2 different, but then this could be another private. So it actually could be literally anyone. Okay. Okay, so there's a bit of a puzzle here, but it is based on who's saluting who. Okay. 3 lines salutes captain, but everyone salutes the captain, so that doesn't help. Although, wait. I need to write down that other clue that it gave me. Soldiers salute people above them. And I already wrote down who I see saluting whom. All captains get 2 lieutenants, 1 sergeant, 1 corporal, 2 privates. But we don't really see all of them at once, do we? So if you see 3 lines and someone unknown saluting a captain, what are the possibilities? I feel like all possibilities are there, right? That doesn't narrow down who 3 lines is. If you see 2 people saluting 3 lines, that also doesn't narrow it down because they could both be privates. But you do see a private and someone that is not a private saluting circle. So circle is actually... Circle is sergeant or lieutenant. Okay. And meanwhile, crossed out square is corporal or lieutenant. That's still possible, right? Yeah, crossed out square could be corporal or lieutenant. I just need to remember the thing that there's 2 of is the private and the lieutenant. So I think it is important that that there's 2 of is the lieutenant, because I feel like the fact that it's the 2nd highest. So whoever this is saluting is not a lieutenant. They could be a private. And then these 2 are the blue boys. And there's 2 blue boys here as well. So a couple things are happening at once. There's the captain. One of these blue boys is a private. This doesn't actually help me though, does it? The whole squad is visible here, but there's only one place where salutes are happening. Wait, one of these guys has to be the other, either another circle or another, wait a minute, no. Whoever this is, he's the only one of him, if that makes sense. He's either, okay, what are the 2? This could be the 2, This could be the two lieutenants. Or this guy could be a lieutenant, and one of these could be a circle, and one of these guys is definitely a private. And one is either... No, one is a private and one is a lieutenant, no matter what. But that means... And this guy is not a lieutenant. Wait, did I just solve it? This guy has to be a lieutenant, right? But I feel like I didn't get any new information to make that deduction. Circle has to be lieutenant, right? Am I crazy that Circle has to be lieutenant based on that? Note from the captain said to have the sergeant organize the prisoner transfer. Oh, yeah. So the sergeant is one of the people doing it, right? Oh, wait. That's bad because that contradicts what I just said, doesn't it? Let me take a look at that. I'm pretty sure that contradicts what I just said. Tell sergeant to arrange for transport of suspect. I think that's just talking about the car. That doesn't necessarily mean he's physically hauling the suspect. So the sergeant is one of the people here. Which I guess could be how I get his face. With KH to arrange personnel hire. I still need to figure out who KH is. Send to location agreed with KH. Is that how I'm going to get the real name of the guy? Because I feel like his name isn't Abel Olivia. But yeah, wait. If this guy is a sergeant, then one of these guys has a circle. This guy can't be a sergeant. This guy has to be a sergeant, right? He's got two people below him. One is a private, and then one of these is a private, and then this is a... I'm miscounting. There should be 7 people, right? This is why I'm getting confused. Yeah, there should be a total of 7 people, but someone isn't appearing. That's why I feel like I've solved it when I actually have not solved it. Yeah. I think the glasses soldier is the sergeant. How would we... Do we see him somewhere else? Actually, wait, this whole squad is going around at various times. So this is always the same guys, right? I was thinking these were different squads before, but that's actually not necessarily the case. So once I know that it's like the same guys. So wait, but they change uniforms, right? Or is this guy just not on screen in this one? Okay, if they're the same guys, that makes it easier. That makes it a lot easier, because then I can figure out who's who. This is the same guy as this guy. So there's one private that's like appears there. Do we actually see the second private identified as a private somewhere? I think these photos are the only photos I get. I only actually get 3 photos, don't I? Is this really all I have to work with? That seems tough. Okay. Can I make it size 2? Somehow this guy has... Wait, where's the guy with the glasses? This guy must be Circle Guy, right? So Circle Guy salutes 3 Lines Guy. Assuming it's the same squad every time. Oh, wait, the same guy. This is the same guy as here, right? He has the same, like, cut in his hair. And he doesn't have sunglasses. So he salutes Mr. 3 Lions and he salutes the captain. But everyone salutes the captain. I don't know that he's Circle Guy, do I? Need to get his face. Can I get this guy? I'm allowed to get this guy's face. I can put him in. And I can get this guy's face, but I can't see his rank. So if I could deduce somehow that I do his rank. Normal police units wear blue. Is it the same 4 people? including the captain in all of these, because that should make it a little bit easier. Then I have to figure out, like, yeah, I guess these are the same two police guys in these two photos. So then one of the police guys is a private. And one of the police guys is... How do I know what's missing and what's not missing? I don't think I can know what the other police guy is that easily. The sergeant can only be... Oh yeah, the sergeant can only be in Hyena. So the sergeant is not present except in this picture, right? Which is also why we only see this symbol here. Okay. I don't actually need to know the rest of it, do I? Although I can come up and see if it's consistent. So that would make Circle as the lieutenant. Let's just come up with that and see if that's consistent. Does that actually just instantly solve it? Circle is the lieutenant, let's say. And then crossed out square is... We're now saying crossed out square is sergeant, right? Is that who he is? He's crossed out square, yes. Crossed out square is sergeant. And that means that 3 lines is... I feel like this is not actually going to work. Yeah, I don't think this works, actually. It's true that the sergeant should only be able to be in Hyena, but something is not quite working here. Because 2 people are saluting Mr. 3 lines. But the private... One of the privates, at least, should be one of the officers in blue. So there shouldn't be 2 privates to salute a guy with 3 lines if 3 lines is the second lowest. So 3 lines actually does have to be either sergeant or lieutenant, which means that my previous deductions were wrong. Okay. So something's wrong about what I just did. If 3 lines is sergeant or lieutenant, if this is the same squad the whole time, then this guy's Circle, which means that Circle is Circle is corporal or sergeant. Right? Maybe he got a ride for some of... No, wait. No, the whole thing was like a big ride. I don't think the captain can only be in Hyena. I think he can only drive to Hyena, right? Circle is corporal or... Because he could have gotten a ride, and then I guess he could have dropped him off at his house, and he could have, like, got his car and then arranged the transport of the... But then how did he arrange the transport to get him all the way to... I won't worry about it too much. I'll just figure it out from this puzzle of... So Circle is corporal or sergeant. And that means crossed out line can only possibly be corporal. Crossed out line is corporal by that logic, which means that the Circle is the sergeant. I'm just going to write all this down and then double check that it's consistent with what I'm seeing. I can't believe they tried to trick me with the salutes, and then I went back and read it. So 3 lines is the lieutenant, then. Which means that one of these police officers is the second lieutenant, but I don't think that actually makes that much of a difference. So if Circle is sergeant, that's this guy. This guy's the sergeant. And he got a ride. He didn't drive here, I guess. And then this guy is currently in Perdido, because he was delivered to the vineyard. So now we have everything, but I don't know if we have everything right. I'm not sure I trust how I got the sergeant's name, but we're gonna get a hint on the name real quick, just to check the car registration. Really? I mean, is it right? Hold on. Abel. Yeah, the car registration gives me Abel Oliva. Or Fray Eduardo Perdido. I mean, I have everything. I feel like this is probably not going to be correct. Oh, is my shape deduction correct? Or should I have just said, like, I've also not used the star chart. So we deduced that we've got, I wrote this down for a reason. The city is to the south. And the city is Tambo, we think. It was one of the three big cities. So he's up in... I'm going to rat it. I'm going to rat it and find out that I'm wrong. There are 2 or fewer errors. Okay. It's probably the location that I've got wrong. But the location combines so many different things. Wait a minute. These numbers I just realized... It's just telling me this. It's saying that this goes to white background with black numbers. Maybe, I don't know. Is that right? Oh, everything in the top half has this numbering style, and everything on the right side has... But then I think we've got a problem, don't we? Because where did we say the... We said this was in Yano, right? But it's not, because if I'm reading this correctly, everything on this half is that right? I think I'm finally learned how to read this map. But then I haven't seen it much in Yana. Oh, this guy lives in Yana, but the Frente Socialista is everywhere. This photo was taken somewhere on the west half. Okay, that's probably how I actually used this thing, that this was everywhere. Okay. Maybe he's in Chaya, you know, because we don't actually know how far to the southwest that is. So the city that was on fire could actually be... Surely the city that's on fire... Unless it went on fire after he left it. Maybe he set the fire and left. Wait a minute. Wasn't there something about flammables? Also, I still haven't used this baptism list at all. Meet with KH to arrange personnel hire and flammable materials. So yeah, he did burn one of the cities that he went to. I still don't know who KH is. Send to location agreed with KH. But apparently I didn't need that yet. Maybe I'm going to need that in a future case. Maybe when I tie everything together, I'm going to need it. I haven't heard of this game. What's the verdict so far? I'm really enjoying this game. This has got me puzzling big. I'm fully locked into the puzzles. I don't know how well I'm doing, but I'm enjoying myself. Which direction did I say this town was? This town that's on fire is to the south. So he's looking at a burning city, which is one of the major cities, right? That's what we said from... I probably should have pinned it. Because I keep going back to here and reading it over and over again. Yeah, we're going to pin this. And I should probably start unpinning things, because I always end up with a really cluttered... The large blazes in Yama, Tambo, and Quito. Valle Plano. I mean, there's nothing directly north of any of these, right? Okay, let's start figuring it out. So he went through at least 2 of these 3 places. So if we now say that he didn't go through Yana necessarily, or at least this photo could not have been taken in Yana, it could have been taken in Tambo, but we don't... Oh no, but we know this is wrong as well. These are both going to be wrong, right? Because this guy can't possibly be in Yana. But I don't necessarily know that he was in a major city. Do I? Or am I going to run out of major cities if I don't put him in Tambo? Because out of these... Okay, let's look at the... They traveled through at least 2 of the 3 major towns, as well as a few other locations. And we know where the church is, right? Because the church... Kiru. So the church was in Kiru, so that accounts for 1 of the 3 major cities. So we only need, I mean, we only need 1 more. I don't like the fact he says at least 2. That makes it very difficult to get any new information from that. This one was not one of the major places in Bolivia. It wasn't even in Bolivia. This one, I think we actually don't know. So if one of these was not in a major... RN 3790, what does that mean? What do I do with that? Oh, it's this type of sign. So this was in the west. And it wasn't in Kiru. And it was in the northwest because it doesn't have this. So this wasn't... Because it has the white letters on black background, I think. Is how we know. So it was in Hyena, right? Or it was in Elvinia. So which of these cities was lit on fire? So I mean, we have the order of events, but the more I think about it, the order of events doesn't actually matter that much. This happened before this. So he went from east to west, and he eventually went in a big loop. And he went to Kiru somewhere. So he went like this. And then... So we're saying this was in Hyena. And then this was somewhere on the east side. And he went here before he went to Hyena. So I think this is going to be... Can I say that this is Tambo? Because it could have technically been any of these. I can say it's Tambo for now. I know for sure it's not Hyena. Still not too sure about these, like, lines. Is this like... It's the telephone poles. The telephone poles look like that. So he is in the northeast. So he's either in Tambo or Moscas, but I think when he says at least, it's got to be all 3 of the major towns, right? I feel like this is the foothills that we're talking about. Like he lived up in here. So the answer to here should be Kiru. Right? Whoops. And that gives us our big loop. It also means that he went here, and then to Perdido, and then to Hyena, and then to Kiru. Or he started at Kiru. They drove up around... Oh, the mountain is an obstacle! This is the mountain. It's an obstacle. So he drove up around here. But then how did he get over the mountain on the way back? Maybe there's like a tunnel through the mountain or something. He went to Tambo. Then they went over to Perdido. Then they... So, okay, wait. Here's what happened. They started at Kiru, where they live. They went up to Tambo. Are there more streetlights that we can see anywhere? I did not notice, or not streetlights, but like power poles or whatever. Oh, I did not notice that. That's very satisfying to discover that. Let's make everything small. We don't need this anymore. There's no power lines here. There's just the city that they set on fire. No, I don't think we've got anything else. Yeah, I think I've maybe got it solved. Tambo. He's got to be in Tambo. He's either in Tambo or Moscas. But I don't think this is a small town. I think this is a big town. Just because it's got a major road. Well, maybe that's not enough information, but I feel like they went to all the major towns. And then the one that's on fire is Kiru. I mean, they probably set them all on fire because apparently there were fires in all of them, but does it matter what's to the west or southwest? There's a shooting star. It's just the constellations. It's just to figure out what direction the town's in. I think I'm ratting it. I think I've got them ratted. There are 2 or fewer errors. Well, I changed both cities, and then it still said that. So I think what's happening now is I've got one city wrong. How would I distinguish between them being in Tambo and being in somewhere else? There's no city that's like north of like, yeah, this is a higher elevation than this. So they're like up this. I think I've got this right. There's no other city that's like here that it could be, unless they're in Chaya, but then it should be to the southwest. It shouldn't be to the south. I thought I had it. I might need a hint. But I think I've already gotten 2 hints for this. I could also have the sergeant's face. Well, no, I couldn't have changed both cities. The sergeant is located in Tambo. That's what I thought. So I've got this right. So then I've got his name right, because his name is, you're saying, do I have this location wrong, perhaps? But I feel like I changed both of these. Yeah, I changed both of these, and it still said I had 2 or fewer incorrect. It said I had 2 or fewer incorrect before. So if one of them was right, I should have had more than 2 incorrect, which means that I've definitely got the Scorpion's location wrong, right? Can I get a hint on this one? This is one of the hardest ones, isn't it? So the hint's going to be very complicated. Review the comet picture and municipal map. Okay. He's to the north of some kind of... How is this not right? Do I need to check the star things again? Maybe... Where's the star things? I don't think I have them pinned. Star map. There we go. What am I missing? Tell me what I'm missing. This one has to be this one, right? I've not got it mixed up. Yeah, it's not this one because it has 1 too few stars. It's not any of these weird ones in the middle. It doesn't have enough stars, or this has not enough stars to be it. This one is, yeah, there's only one that's like this triangle that's 3 stars. So you start from the triangle and then it's like west, southwest, south. So he is to the north of... If you see that, you're looking to the south, right? So he's to the north of a major city. Am I supposed to say he's in Chaya because... No, but this is clearly south. It's not southwest. Otherwise the city would be here. Right? He's not in Chaya. Is he in Colina, which is kind of... Or he's in Valle Plano? Is that even allowed? But he's not in a valley. He's high up. Am I allowed to say Valle Plano? Because that's the only place that is north of a major city. I'm allowed to say Valle Plano, but I don't think that's going to be right. You need to give me another clue. game. I feel like I solved it the first time, but the photo shows a major town on fire. To the south? What do you mean to the southwest? Hold on. That's just lying. This is southwest. 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 Am I crazy? This is they've done the clue wrong. I solved it. Okay, well that gives us the answer though. He's in China. I did think it was weird. There was nothing that was like due north of a major town. That's not what this clue shows. They've made a mistake there, I think. Okay, he's ratted though. He's going in the rat hole. I don't know what happens to people that go in the rat hole. That guy in the picture in the thing. I just got an achievement and it's the guy. It's the bald guy. The Scorpion is a Frenchman called Patrice Moreau. He was responsible for seizing the Jewish Montefiore vineyard during the war, which he continues to profit from. He lives in the foothills of the mountains in Chaya. His sergeant is Abel Olivia, a brutish officer with a taste for luxury. He owns a Ford Falcon, C13 4FG, and lives in Tambo. Finally, the missing man is Jorge Eduardo. He is the local candidate for Frente Socialista and was arrested during a local election crackdown, culminating in the burning of voting booths in the major... Oh, that's what the fires were for. Kiru, Tambo, and Yama. He's currently held at the Vikings vineyard in Perdido. His current condition is unknown. He may be dead. All right, solved the case. Here we go. I feel like it said coming into focus and on the achievement, and it showed a picture of the bald guy, who I might be that priest. That priest might be, or that guy might be the guy. Phone call. We're progressing the plot. Hello, darkness, mild friend. I found the 3 chiefs, the cobra, the hyena, the scorpion. Was it hard, Mr. Perlman? I've had harder matzo balls in my soup, so I'll be getting my reward, flowers, a plaque perhaps? Unfortunately, your only reward will be anonymous satisfaction. You're arresting these people, though. I don't see anything in the papers. We will, in time. They serve other purposes, though. Oh, here we go. Like what? That is beyond your jurisdiction. Okay, I've been thinking. We're done here. I'm done. You only have a little further to go. This is the most important. We need you to go deep into the Hoffman network. Why is that important? The Hoffmans are involved in more than just making money and people smuggling. They have designs on the highest levels of power. How so? There was a journalist seeking to expose the Hoffman conspiracy. His name was Rainier Wilson. He was killed 3 days ago. You want me to find out who killed him? Precisely. The Hoffmans have shares in a company called Red Rock Oil. There's a bill going through in the Texas Senate that promises to bring them untold riches if it goes through. What's the problem here? The bill is being blocked by some rebel politicians. One of them was found dead, apparently suicide. You suspect otherwise. We suspect foul play. All of this leads back to the Hoffmans. Finally, we believe that some of these fugitives have been supported by global actors beyond the Hoffmans. For real? Beyond numerous South American governments and the Catholic Church? Yes. Finally, there is the matter of who killed Bishop Tura. Hang on, I thought you did. We did not say that. We said that we encountered him on the night he died. The murder had already taken place. The killer is at large. Oh boy. Sleep well, Mr. Perlman. You are the one who can make the difference. Oh my god, is this the final case? Is that what's happening? Well, this is very suspicious. Is there going to be like a secret ending if I point to the bald guy? The conversation. Oh, this is long. What? The killer, the mate. Does that say the male or the mole? The mole. Click on the Sonotron box to open it. I'm sorry, what? It records conversations. You can listen to these conversations using a receiver by dialing the correct numbers into the receiver. Every system may have different codes for dialing. However, the following is the most common. System number, e.g. 100, room, e.g. 5, participants, e.g. 1121. So the dialing code would be 100-05-11/21. Some systems may use the default system with all participants named 1, 2 for each room. Finding a Sonotron conversation may also produce related visual media. How? Sonotron system has been phased out due to a complete lack of practicality and possibly being cursed. For all technical inquiries, please type help. Where do I type help? Into the Sonotron? Okay. If I just do the example, does something happen? Is that like a 100-05-11/21? I got this number from the glossary. It does nothing. Okay. Interesting. Mr. Perlman, a special case for you. We've received word of a murder in the West German embassy in Cairo, somehow related to your work. The journalist Rainier Wilson was found dead in the ambassador's study. We need to find the killer. Our sources also indicate a selection of the ambassador's private contacts was leaked. Thus, we have a reason to believe there was a traitor spy, a mole. You will need to use the Sonotron. Wait, a mole for who? The ambassadors. Okay. You will need to use the Sonotron system. It is a voice-activated transcription system. We've put a receiver on your desk. You'll need to find the embassy floor plan. Try the following number to get you started. There are 7 conversations in total. Can I like have this open when I go to the Sonotron so I can have it side by side? Whoops. Can I make this large? There we go. Clear that. All right. 15 o'clock to 15:05. Did you see the sandstorm on the news? Apparently it stretches all the way to Giza. I didn't. Is that correct? Cigarette? Oh, I can't. I'm trying to stop. But honestly, how anyone does it, I don't know. What is that, Monarch? No, Sterling. Only Rudy smokes Monarch. Disgusting stuff. Oh, Wolfgang, you're so rude. What does the ambassador smoke? I'm not sure. I think it's some sort of herbal. It's dreadful, isn't it? Absolutely. Have you seen Rudy about today? I saw him in the corridor 30 minutes ago, bringing in the ambassador's laundry. Light blue suits him. The ambassador likes him, doesn't he? Ha, I have no idea what you're saying. People are complex, aren't they? I know. I was working in my room this morning. Door open. I could hear a panicked phone call from the room opposite. Oh yes, do tell. Oh, just bits and pieces. Something like, G had a bad day. Strange. Gosh, people are odd, aren't they? Muffled voices in the other room. They've been out a while in there, haven't they, talking? Well, I'm glad the ambassador agreed to a sit-down. Him and his smelly cigarettes. Glass really doesn't like Wilson at all, does he? More coffee? Sure, I'll get it. Muffled voices raised. Oh, raised voices getting a little testy, are we? I really don't think I can prove it. Loud gunshot. What was that? Sounded like something went off in there. Where's security? Abdul and Uwe are on patrol. Do you have the code? I don't. No, I don't. Hang on a second. I know a way. Running footsteps. Use this. It's Rudy's. It also works. Okay. Door opening. Oh my goodness, he's dead. Where's Glass? Did he jump out? Running footsteps. Oh shit, Wolf, how did you get my card? It was in your locker. It was? What? Okay, that's a lot. That is a lot of stuff in one clue. Type help is game. Saw going put in the rat hole too. I hope I won't be in the rat hole. That seems like what they would do if they think they're done with me. And we got a photo somehow. Is that the Rainier Wilson? Wonder what I'm supposed to do with this. 2 gunshots in the back. The window's open. Something of the pyramids. I just don't know what that's going to lead to. There's 12 clues. Okay. There's 7 conversations in total. I'm going to need to write stuff down, aren't I? We're going to need to start keeping track of who's who and conversation. Okay, so we're gonna say, the thing is the numbering system is per room, right? So I'm gonna actually have to keep track of it per room if I want to be able to narrow stuff down by numbers. Let me read that glossary again for the every system may have different codes for dialing. System number, you've got the system number. Some systems may use the default system with all participants named 1, 2 for each room. Does it actually say system room persons ascending? So the list of persons in the room is always an ascending list. So 42. I'll just put in the conversation as context. 104-05-31-41-42. So that's system 104. I already forgot everything. Wait, there's 3 people here? Am I silly? I'm very silly. Okay, so system number, then room, then participants. So yeah, there are 3 people here. Room 05, participants, and then I'll say 31, 41, 42. So 42 is Sterling. So if we see Sterling, we know that's number 42. So we can, only Rudy smokes Monarch. Disgusting stuff. So I guess 42 is, or, oh no. Who's, see the sandstorm? I'm trying to stop. I'll just say in quotes, Rudy smokes Monarch. Wolfgang. 31 is Wolfgang. I don't know exactly how this is going to help me, but I'm sure it's going to be important if I have to know who's who. He was bringing in the ambassador's laundry. She had a bad day. I was working in my room this morning, door open. But how are we supposed to know what number his room is? Wolfgang was working in his room this morning, door open. Panicked. Phone call from room opposite. G had a bad day. So is it going to identify someone as being in the room if they're on the phone? Glass doesn't like Wilson. Have we seen the name Wilson before? Before this point? Glass doesn't like Wilson. 32-41. I really don't. Why does it say 41 is in this conversation? Where's 41? It's Rudy's. Wait. Use this. It's Rudy's. It also works. Okay, so 41 is Rudy. Okay, so we have the names of everyone here. We're going to put in quotes, Abdul and Uwe on patrol. I'm just writing down everything that we're probably going to need. And then I'll say, The ambassador gets shot and they find his body. Okay. So we're getting somewhere. So now the next one we've got 104, 103, 11. You can find a lot of documents by searching the term embassy. Interesting. A lot of documents, you say? Oh, well, there's the floor plan, which they said I needed. That's probably going to be important. Diplomatic staff. Security staff. 11 is most senior diplomat. So, okay. So if we know people's seniority, we can figure out their person codes, I guess. So that means these people are all administrative staff, except for Wolfgang, who is... So Rudy is most senior admin. Sterling is second most senior admin. Wolfgang is most senior media. So when Rudy's like, oh, how did you get my card? Maybe it's like he had access to, I don't know. And now we've got the names of the rooms as well. So we're saying who was in the ambassador's room. Is that just going to capture the same conversation from a different angle because they ran in there? Embassy floor plan. Wait, where is the... Hello? Reverse. Oh, I see. Sign in, and then we've got all the names. And when everyone signed in. We have their weapons. Are we going to be able to figure out what kind of weapon the ambassador was shot with? Seems like a kind of murder mystery situation. It's a whodunit where we know everyone that was there and we just have to figure out who done it. So, I mean, it's obvious why we would want to look in the ambassador's room next, but how are we going to know who was in there? The fourth most senior ambassador staff was in there. Or wait, no. 1-1 is probably the ambassador himself. So then we should be able to figure out who this guy is that brought the ambassador. Is if I look at my notes. Sorry, just a sec. If I look at my notes, then why can't I find? There we go. Oh, it's not even in my notes. Let's go back to the conversation. I was working in my room this morning, door open. I could hear a panic phone call from the room opposite. It is tricky. I have to figure out, who all was there. Where's Glass? Glass, did we expect Glass to be in there? Rudy was bringing the... Oh, so we know Rudy. Rudy is 41, so it's 1141, right? No? That doesn't give me anything? I was sure I would have it. Let me just double check that. 1040311. He was bringing the ambassador's laundry. And then we've got How did you get my card? It was in your locker. It was. Use this. It's Rudy's. Yeah. So they're talking about Rudy's card. Just double check. No. 10411. 104. Oh, did I not get the 03 part? 10403 1141. No, I did get it. It doesn't do anything. 1040311. Who else do we think was in there? Maybe we can just use everyone that's in here because like we know that they were in here at some point. So we'll just get the same conversation from like a different they all went in there, right? So the ambassador was in there before he died, at least. Rudy was in there. And then our other two were in there. No? Can find a lot of documents by searching the term embassy. The whole thing is system. Ooh, this is a tricky one. This is immediately a tricky one. Is there something else I can deduce? Abdul and Uwe were on patrol. Does the corridor have a code number? Maybe they were in the weapons room. I don't know. They're on patrol. Is glass security? Glass had a weapon. Does that mean he's security? And who's the most senior? The ambassador talked to himself. Now it'd be too easy. Just a little bit of process of elimination. What happens if I try ambassador and then 12? No, not that easy. There's 7 conversations in total. Saw him in the corridor 30 minutes ago bringing in the ambassador's laundry. Am I crazy that there should be a conversation for this? I was working in my room this morning. Your room is the ambassador's room, right? Wait, no, that can't be right. Which room is your room? Glass doesn't like Wilson at all. I really don't know. I really don't think I can prove it. I feel like this is the... Whoever did the shot is like... Glass doesn't like Wilson. What is this thing about? I was working in my room this morning, door open. I could hear a panicked phone call from the room opposite. But how on earth would I figure out who was in there? WC. Who's WC? I've just started and I'm already getting quite stuck. What on earth am I gonna do? 104. What if there were some mysterious people in the basement? No. What if there were some mysterious people in the media room? I'm just trying random stuff at this point. I'm already running out of ideas. What if there were mysterious people in the waiting room? That should be 0102, right? That's how it starts the numbering. Ambassador and the locker room. System number 104. Somehow, I'm supposed to be able to get a conversation from here. I'm sure you can work out the rest. Am I really supposed to do this one second? Because this seems quite... It seems like it should be quite easy. 1-1 is the ambassador, right? He's the most senior member of the diplomatic staff. And Rudy was in the corridor 30 minutes ago bringing the ambassador's laundry. Am I crazy that this should just work? 104, 03, 11, 131. He brings the ambassador's laundry. Maybe the ambassador wasn't in the ambassador's room, though. So maybe no, but 03 is right here. The ambassador was in his room and someone was talking to him. Do I just try some of the numbers that I have? Like, we could say 41. No. Or 42. 104, 03, 1142. So we can't just say that one of these guys went to meet with the ambassador. Abdul and Uwe. I could try the weapons room and see if Abdul and Uwe were in there. Because maybe to go on patrol, they needed to, like, get their weapons. And then if they are the most senior security staff, that would make them 2-1 and 2-2. Okay, that gives us something. I'm kind of surprised I got anything. Right, let's prepare. Could you please sign out the 2 weapons? Sure, just add your signature. Where's your tie? Can't find it, I'm afraid. All right, do without it for the moment. We'll start in the west quadrant today. I want you watching the top. I'll be at the bottom. No problem, sir. I don't need to remind you, but we've got to be tight. Global embassies. Lemuria? Global embassies are on high alert since that business at the palace in Lemuria. You mean when the guy... Stop it, people might be listening. All right, is that a reference to DLC 2 of Golden Idol? Maybe. Too much numbers for my brain. Did find type help gameplay too logical for me. Type help is game. There's a lot of references to games. Whoops. I clicked through something I didn't mean to click through. The journalist. Yes, I have to greet him shortly at the entrance. Introduce him to Mr. Glass there. Media might join too. Oh my. Okay, yes, Media. Odd guy. Saw him poking around in the break room earlier. What was he up to? Looking for something in his locker. Why is the ambassador going ahead with this interview? Beyond my pay grade. I imagine it's because he thinks it makes him look better. Still, an investigative journalist? Watch yourself, not our business. We need to watch out for the sandstorm coming in. How's the water system? It's good. You cut yourself? Just a small nick. Been going down to the horses in Cairo much? A bit. You like a bet, don't you? Ha, yeah, I gotta admit. Winning much? I have my ups and downs. What was that horse you like? The one that came in last? Or he was called Geronimo. Bad day for you bet? No, I'm not a fool. Right then, move out. Take your break at 11 today. Give me one of these. What are they? Jetliner. I really wish the machine had more brands. So the cigarette brands are very important. And I think we just got a lot more from this. So we still don't really know who's who, do we? That might be important later. So we've got 21 and 22 appear to be Abdul and Uwe. We still don't really know who Glass is, do we? I'll make a separate thing in my notes for that. What is this? Conversation 104 621 22. Why is it so important who smokes what? Do I need to like look up the cigarette brands? People might be listening. 22 can't find his tie. That might be important. '21 has to greet a journalist at the entrance and introduce him. Did that also introduction happen at the entrance? Oh, to Mr. Glass there. To Mr. Glass there. So that's going to be a conversation. Ah, yes, media. Odd guy. I saw him poking around the break room. Mr. Glass might be media. The way he's looking for something in his locker. He was poking around in the break room, looking for something in his locker. In his locker. So the journalist is going to be number 01, right? Um, 21 and 22 both smoke jetliner. So I think that maybe is enough to give us another code. Because what would that be? That would be 104 for the system, 04 for the waiting room. 21 is going to be in there, but I have to make sure I do them in order. Mr. Glass is media. So assuming he's the most senior media, he's 3-1. Guests are 9. So I guess the journalist is 9-1. Oh, wait, I've already messed it up. 104-04. So we're going to have 9-1, maybe. 3-1, maybe. And definitely 2-1. So 2-1 would be the lowest. 3-1, 9-1. Would have been amazed if that worked. Okay. Lowest first according to seniority. The journalist is going to be a guest, right? Unless the waiting room randomly just does 3 people because they're not properly identified there. It seems like a bit of a stretch. No. Ah, I felt like I was close there. I should have enough, right? 104-04. Media might join too. So it's Mr. Glass and it's media. So is there a guy that's called to be... Wait, where did this come from? Hello? SFX from Westerns, Viewpoint, World Focus. What? What is this? Compressed, does that say? What am I supposed to do with this? Maybe Google some stuff? Western SFX, sure. Was that gunshot sound fake? Long distance threats, ambushes, hunting. Tension before confrontation. What? Why does this go into so much detail? We talked about horses as well. Why does this go into so much detail? Oh my god. What? World Focus. Oh, this is too much. This is just too much. I've got through a lot of the clues all of a sudden, though. I'd like to talk about allegations of corruption in the German government. Must we? I think it's an important issue, but why is that? I'd really rather not. Some would say that you've been complicit in guarding these individuals. That's a hell of an allegation. Some of those people would say this is a hatchet job and that you are out for blood. How do you answer that? Well, I am not. I think you are. How about the allegations you accepted bribes from Cairo officials? No, that's not true. I can prove it's not true. I can prove it. Rainier, Wilson, Dean, Lamb. Did we get the name Rainier yet? You've been involved for some years in journalism focused on restorative justice. Can we talk about that? Of course. It's the duty of the journalist to uncover the truth. People should know the truth. That's the job. You have focused in recent years on Nazis who escaped justice. How has that gone for you? This is an area people would rather not talk about, but of course we're going to have to discuss it. This is our history. In many cases, it's our present. I think it's important that we look hard at ourselves. Could you share an example? I really don't think you can. Go on. I think you are. Wait, what? So, did we lose some of the... Okay. So there's a very rich industrialist family that I'm investigating that I think you are going on, that I believe it benefited from the regime, but has done more so since. Like what? Well, the situation gets a bit dicey. I must be very careful what I say. So, is this the guest? But I feel like I would need to know what order, if there were any other guests, what order they came in. Let's see here. Oh, Glass has a pistol. So does that mean Glass is the third most senior? Oh, does that give me the answer that I wanted? And we said media might be there. We didn't necessarily say media was there. Where's my little machine? Okay. So, okay, going back to what I was trying to do. We've got 104. 03. Oh wait, that's not right. 104. 04. 21. Glass has a pistol, so it's surely security, right? Who else could Glass possibly be? 23. The guest is going to be 9 something. I guess 91. We could try it like this first. No. Maybe Glass is diplomatic staff, actually. Glass is an odd character. What do we know about Glass? Glass doesn't like Wilson. Why does Glass have a pistol if they're not security? 104. Let's try it with media one more time. 04 21 23 31 91. No. Well, actually, why is Glass like answering these questions? Glass seems to be doing the media job. But then they're like, oh, maybe media is also there. Is there someone whose name is media that is like, works in security or whatever? Because that would be very annoying. None of these people have media in their name, do they? That would be crazy. Rainier, Wilson, Dean, Lamb. So Lamb is like another journalist? Am I supposed to say that because one of these tapes is on top of one of the others, that World Focus was recorded first? Also, can I like magnify on these lines and no, they're still just lines. I don't know what's going on with the sound effects from Westerns that presumably has something to do with the gunshot. I can't be this lost this early in the level. I've barely done anything. Oh. I want to keep my momentum up, but I don't want to use too many hints. Maybe I'll just... do I use a hint? I feel very, very stuck. Also, there's a pistol here. That seems important. I think glass was in that room. I'm gonna have to use a hint. I'm too stuck. The docket contains a partial number. One speaker is missing. Okay, well, thank you for saying only one speaker is missing. Okay. That makes it a little bit easier. So now, I mean, this is the one where I would have thought Rudy smokes Monarch. I would have thought the answer here is that Rudy is the one that's missing, because he says, "How did you get my card?" Earlier he says, "Use this as Rudy's." It also works. Is 41 not Rudy? Yeah, I've tried that so many times. I don't know why I thought that was going to be the one. 0311. Did we have a guest come to speak to the ambassador, maybe? Oh, we did. Okay. We're going to have to discuss it. I'd really rather not. No, I think it's important. Why is that? People should know the truth. You are out for blood. I'm not? You are. I can prove it. I really don't think I can prove it. Loud crack. Oh. Is that loud crack perhaps from the Western? Okay, we've got layers upon layers upon layers. Which one of these would be a loud crack? Like a campfire crackle? Or one of these gunshots? And this is the transcript from... Wait, what? Or is this a continuation of this? Is the ambassador a guest? Is that what's throwing me off? Why is this like, we're out for blood? So 1-1 is glass, I guess. Conversation. Okay, so I never got the guest room introduction, but now we think that Mr. Glass is 1-1, right? Conversation 104031191. Pretty sure 1-1 is Mr. Glass. 9-1 appears to be a journalist. Maybe Simon Williams. And I'll put Wilhelm Glass, just so I have his name in my notes. So does that just to give us Mr. Glass's number, and then we can say for the other one, where's Glass? Did he jump out? Is the lead diplomat not the ambassador? Oh, and then this showed up as well. And we've got the time. And there's 2 pistols. They're both in here. Always remember to sign in and out. What am I going to do with this? July? So something funky has happened because we've got that thing where Everyone like registered what weapons they were getting, and there were 2 rifles. Oh, this is like a pistol with a silencer or something. So there was like a fake gunshot. I feel like the ambassador was killed with a gun, but it was at a different time than the gunshot actually was heard. I think there was maybe no one in the room for quite a while, and someone like left the Westerns recording, and it made a gun sound. Maybe, possibly, something like that. So if we want the, I think we're close to getting the guest room one. 104, where's the floor plan? It's 04, right? 104, 04. 11, I think, is Mr. Glass. 21 is also present, and 91 is there, and then media might be there. Okay, 104, 04, 11, 21. If media is there, 31? 3 is media, right? And then 91. Oh, we actually got it. There we go. If you just put all your belongings in the tray, I can have a look at them. This is normal in the Cairo embassy? Standard procedure. Can't be too careful. That's a beautiful pocket square, by the way. Thanks. Got it down to the market. Oxblood red satin. Ah, Mr. Wilson. Good to meet you. How are you? Fine. Flight was... Okay, so this is Mr. Wilson. So we'll be doing the... Fine. Flight was a little bumpy, so we'll be doing the interview soon. Absolutely. Later this afternoon, actually. I have a few engagements. That's a bit of a problem, actually. I was hoping sooner. You'll be fine. You can take in the surroundings. Abdul Nue can show you around. Sir, we're on patrol. Alright, we'll find something else for you. I hear there's a sandstorm coming soon. I expect it's just a dust devil. Nothing to be worried about. What else are you working on? Investigative work. Corrupt food and drink suppliers. Oh, really? Do tell. I can't say too much, but there are some hidden secrets I'll be bringing to light. I'll submit very soon. Oh, excellent. Here's Wolf. This man needs a bit of entertainment. Excellent. I believe he might want to see our archives, being a journalist and all. Great idea. Although it might be damp down there, so take precautions. Down there. Okay, so I'll leave it to you, Abdul. Sir. So they went down to the basement. I feel like this is... I instantly have everyone that was in the basement, right? Why is it yellow? What is this bug? Always remember to sign in and out. That's been coming up a lot. I mean, we can... Oh, this is the light blue that we heard about that the guy was wearing. Mr. Glass was wearing it? Is Mr. Glass the ambassador? I feel like they refer to both of those like they're different people. So probably not, right? So the basement is 08. So who all went down to the basement? Two, 1. I don't think 3-1 went, did he? He said, like, show him down there. Oh, maybe he did go with them. 104... 2... Oh, wait. 2-1, 3-1, 9-1. No? Oh, wait. Did I leave out the number? 08... Did I leave it out both times, or did I just leave it out once? I'll try it like this. I think I left it out both times. I think 08. And then we say 2-1. 9-1. No? Who else is in the basement? Oh, excellent. Here's Wolf. This man needs a bit of entertainment. No, surely he went down there. 9-1-3. Did Wolf show them into the basement and they... Oh, wait. I've done this wrong. 10408. Let's try it like this. 3191. Okay, that's allowed. This is the archives. We've got all sorts of files. Perhaps you'd like to take a look? I'd be happy to. What do you do? Media. I put together all the press materials. Unusual for an embassy to have a press officer. I'm new here, only been a few weeks. Your accent, you're French-German, yes? Yes, spot on. I come from the Alsace region. You know, I've been to that region quite a bit with my work. Interesting work? Oh, really very boring. I've been looking into a family called the Hoffmans. Not many people know them. Never heard of them. What does your family do? They own a cafe. One I've heard of? Possibly. Run by my uncle. Name of Giro. I see. This is quite interesting, actually. Okay. Oh, we only need 3 more. Can I, like... I'm not going to find any stuff this way, am I? It's all going to be... At least 2 more of these are going to be just from getting the meeting rooms. So I'm just probably not going to find a lot. Oh my god, we've got everybody. Is this guy's face actually covered up by the camera? Okay, I can see him. Should I recognize any of these people? I don't think I do. So we're getting closer and closer and closer. Where do I think the other conversations happened? Because we've got 5 conversations out of 7 total that we're expecting to be able to find. I've gotten this one. I've gotten both of the ones that they were showing me. And then we've got, I think the big one is, who was in here when he got shot? So, what number is the ambassador as well? Is he number 1? Is he in any of these? Is this where he killed him? Why does he say, I can prove it? And then shoots him with the silenced pistol? That doesn't seem right. If I compare this one... This is the ambassador over on this side, right? Killer, the mole. How are we gonna figure out who the mole is? I feel like these last 2 conversations are the real sneaky ones where we actually get all kinds of crazy stuff. The journalist Rainier Wilson. Oh, the journalist is the one that's found dead. We need to find the killer. It kind of seems like the ambassador was the killer, because if the ambassador's no, or Mr. Glass, I guess. Do we know who everyone is? Maybe I should like make a list of people and numbers rather than separating it out by this. List of people. Abdul Muhammad is 2-1 or 2-2. Number 2-1 or 2-2. Security. Oh no, we know he's number 21 because that's what it says in the other thing. Number 21. Well, 21 means he's security, so I'll just put that next to it. And then signed in at 8:15. And I don't think we need to know anything else about him for the moment. Uwe Richter is number 22, security. Signed in at... Oh, we do know something else about them. In addition to when they signed in, Duel checked out a rifle at 9 o'clock. Uwe also checked out a rifle at 9 o'clock. Okay, then we've got Wilhelm Glass. I think Wilhelm is number 11. Number 11, that is, what is it, diplomacy? Where's the thing? Diplomatic. Is the ambassador. Signed in at... Why can't I drag things? Hello? Oh, there we go. Signed in at... Sorry, you can't see my notes, but I'm just gonna have them off to the side for organizing things. Drop by to say thanks for playing and think you're absolutely killing it. Thank you very much. I'll skip games. Thank you for dropping by. Signed in at 9:30. I feel like I need to also keep track of what cigarettes they smoke, because apparently that's important. Wolf. Can I make this bigger? Wolf Bratcher. Number question mark. I probably do have a way to know this person's question mark, but we'll come back to that. Signed in at 9:35. Claudia Meyer. Don't know their number. Signed in at 9:45. Rainier Wilson. Number 91 is the murder victim. Also say, is a journalist. Signed in at 12 o'clock. And what do we say for Wilhelm? Wilhelm Glass, for some reason, had a pistol. Checked out a pistol at 10 o'clock. So Glass seems potentially like the murderer. I think this is a case where he's either the murderer or he's a red herring. But we'll think of him as the murderer until we have reason to think otherwise. Glass. Didn't someone say Glass was carrying something to the ambassador's office, though? So I think the Glass and the ambassador are maybe different. Oh no, Rudy was taking something to the ambassadors. Wait, Rudy's not on here. Oh, Rudolph. Oh, I didn't even write down Rudolph. Rudolph Kinski is, we know, is number 41, which is what's 4? Also, wait, these guys aren't in here. They didn't sign in today, I guess. Maybe. Admin. Signed in at 9:35. Wears light blue, I think, is something that we learned. He wears light blue. It's on the corridor 30 minutes ago, bringing in the ambassador's laundry. I'm still a little confused about this. I feel like there's something... Would they not have had a conversation? Bringing in the laundry. Where... Would he not... Maybe he doesn't take the... Maybe he takes the laundry to the locker room. Maybe there's some locker room talk. Oh, we can figure out who smoked what by... Wait, can we get the cigarette brands? We need like cigarettes. There we go. How did I know? How did I know? This was the next secret. So someone smokes Monarch and someone smokes Copperleaf, and they were in the break room. So Rudy, I think we heard only Rudy smokes Monarch. And who smokes Copperleaf? The ambassador, right? Some sort of herbal. Okay, so Rudy and the ambassador were in the break room, I guess. So that gives us 104, or the locker room. 01. Ambassador is 11, and Rudy is 41. We get some locker room talk. How's your work going? It's okay, I mapped the stairs, or mopped the stairs. Sorry, I mopped the stairs. Only problem was I couldn't find my spare uniform. The lighter one, do you think it's being washed? Perhaps, but it's not the day for it. Plus it was clean, no stains or anything. Strange, did you go to my room to clean it, by the way? No, why? It's nothing, it was just a bit messy when I came in this morning. He's already dead, he's already fucking dead. He's dead, he's dead, he's dead. The Rolodex was at a funny angle. One of the adhesive dividers was missing. Strange. Oh no, maybe I'm wrong. Things were messy. I couldn't get in without my card. Well, in the future, use the code. It's 0910. What on earth do I need to know that for? Who's the guy in Bratcher's locker over there? You don't know him? He's George Schimmel, the soccer player. Surely you must know him. He's a hero. I have one too. He seems familiar. Did he used to have a mustache? Yes, he shaved it off. Very touchy subject. So do you think we could sneak out of here for a while, Rudy, darling? Oh, they have an affair. Perhaps the storm is coming in, though. Do you think we can be back in time? We can keep it brief. A quick little thing. Shouldn't be more than an hour. How can we get out? Let's take my office window. We can't close it from the outside. I'll close it later. Yes, we can come in the back door. Oh, what a thrill. Love you. So, okay, I was wrong about the thing about the person already being dead, because clearly they went into the... What is this? Euro soccer. Do I have to Google? No. Saying I have one too. There's a card. That red thing seems important. What do I do with all this? There's a leaky pipe. There's a lot going on here. There's a leaky pipe. There's the poster. There's a bit of red here. There's like a name card and then a key card. Oh, I didn't even realize you were the... I'm sorry, I didn't actually properly look at your... Yeah, I'll make sure to leave a review. I'm really enjoying the game. I did not realize you were the creator of the game. Okay. Sorry about that. I'll definitely make sure to leave a review because I'm enjoying this a lot. Make your next smoke break. Surely this is flavor text. There's not going to be a clue in here. They're cool beaches, airy mountaintops. When you need a smoke, don't just walk down the hall. Take a trip. Okay. I think I'm understanding a few things. There's something going on with the Western sound effects tape that I don't understand. There's a lot going on here, like... And there's something going on with the fact that this gun was taken, which looks to be a gun with a silencer, but then there is a pistol lying next... This is not the same shape as the gun that was taken out of the thing, so maybe the silencer was removed. We know why the window was open. We don't know why this dirt is here necessarily. This makes it seem like after they opened the window, someone came in and shot him. I've got one more piece of evidence to get, which is going to be that last conversation. So let's look at the floor plan and let's think about where people could have been meeting. So going all the way back here. These two are in here. Wait, 3-1. Who's number 3-1? Three one is Wolfgang. Is Wolfgang not on the sign-in sheet? I don't see Wolfgang on here. Does Wolfgang sleep here? Why doesn't Wolfgang sign in? Wolfgang, number 31, media. I don't know anything else about Wolfgang. Do we know the other guy's name? I have no idea what you're saying. People are complex, aren't they? So he doesn't know that they're lovers. The panicked phone call surely is the one thing that is... He was in the media room because he's 31. So the phone call was in the ballroom. This is the last conversation that I need. But was there really a phone call in the ballroom? That seems weird. So this is happening in the break room. This conversation. So the gunshot is that cracking sound. We've already heard the killing happen, I think. Why do we need to know the code? We know who knows the code, but is that important? Where's Glass? Did he jump out? How did you get my card? It was in your locker. It was. Someone's confused. There's confusion. Rudy's confused that the code was in his locker. So the ballroom is the last piece that I need to figure out. Who was in the ballroom? And who's G? Does this mean I need to figure out who the mole is first? Because this is... G had a bad day. I could hear a panicked phone call from... I was working in my room this morning, door open. The room opposite is the ballroom. So... who was in... Okay, O2. So, I mean, it wasn't any of these people. Maybe I can look at my list of people and start saying, like, who could it have been? I feel like it wasn't any of our security friends. So the mole is a different person than the ambassador, who seems to be the killer, as far as I can tell. Unless someone shot him through the window? Wait, where were they standing? It's the guy in Bratcher's locker. Bratcher is a name that we know. Like, has a poster of... So Bratcher has a poster of Gerd Schimmel. Is that G? Soccer player. He used to have a mustache and he shaved it off. Is that going to be important? Everything could be important. Have to investigate to find out. G had a bad day. What could that mean? Giroux. Someone's uncle. Hold on, can we go to where's that big list from chapter 3 or case 3? Raymond Giroux. So number 31. We found something. As an uncle, Raymond Giroux, who runs La Tiny Table in Paris. That is one of the Hoffman companies. So Wolfgang has a connection to Hoffman. Which one was I just looking at? I come from the Alsace region. So if we I mean, 31 is certainly suspicious. Is it going to be 0131? Or is he going to be talking to himself? It's on the phone. 02. Wait. 104 02 0131. No, that would be too easy. That would be far too easy. There's something in the ballroom, absolutely. Someone was on the phone. Whoever was on the phone must be... Would they be registered as a guest for some reason? We can try 3-1 one more time and like 9-2. No. 10402. Maybe it wasn't 3-1. Maybe he's not the mole. I mean, if we think Mr. Glass is suspicious, we can say 1. No, it would be well, let's try it with just him. In case we can only hear his side of the conversation. 104020111. Might need a hint, because I don't have a lot of ideas. Let's get a hint. Review conversation. Someone mentioned another call made. I think I've got that. I've got that part. That's not... I know there was a call in the ballroom, but... G had a bad day. Well, I thought that was the focus, but should I... G had a bad day. Glass had a bad day? That's the only G I can see on here. Or Giro had a bad day? Gerd had a bad day? Who's the guy in Bracker's locker? The guy in his locker had... Oh, he had a bad day, like he lost the football game. Okay. 10402. I think that's the answer now. And then Bracker is... What's his thing again? He's media. Wait, wasn't I already looking at media? G had a bad day. Oh, we don't know Bracker's... We don't know what Bracker does. Maybe Bracker is one of these numbers that I haven't used yet. No, I've used all 4 numbers at some point. What is Bracker? Where does Bracker work? Need to figure out Bracker's number. Maybe this isn't where I get it. Maybe they don't actually say what Bracker does. Did these guys mention him? Wait, is it Wolfgang Bracker? Have I been confused this whole time about Wolf Bracker? Wolf is short for Wolfgang. Oh. Oh, so he is 3-1. I've just gone in a big circle, right? I've just gone in a big circle. This is him. Wolf is short for Wolfgang. So it is 3-1, but that didn't work. 10402. Can I just see the glossary again for how it categorizes people it doesn't know? Some systems may use the default system with all participants named 0102 for each room. Does that mean it's 02 because it's the 02 room? I feel like I might be reading this wrong. I thought it meant like it starts numbering from 02. Oh wait. 1040131. 1040231. Oh wait. No, wait. 104020131. 1040231. I think I did that already. 104020231. When it says I've got one too, that's 4-1. So we can do Oh, wait. 104 02 41. 104 02. Is it really the ballroom? Maybe I'm not understanding this room opposite part. One oh four oh two 0141. 10402 024. Is he calling someone that we know and therefore the voice is recognized? But then how do we know that he's a mole? I might just need the... I just don't know. Why is it 22? Wait, who even is 22? Wait, I need to make sense of this before I proceed. Hold on. 2 is security, right? It's Uwe Richter. How on earth would I know it was Uwe? He doesn't have a picture of the G. How would I know it was Uwe? How on earth would I know? Hi, Hans. Sorry I gotta keep my voice down. There are other people in the building. Yeah, well, I know I owe it, don't I? I know Harry's angry, don't I? G had a bad day. Otherwise I would have been killed. Otherwise I would have killed. I'm going to make it right. Don't worry, I've got something that will pay for everything. This morning, before he was in. I promise you, no one will know. Just wait. So now I have all the evidence. So this sounds like this is the mole. It sounds like the mole is Uwe. But how on earth would I have figured that out? Did he somehow do a trick with the rifle? What did he do? Hans. G had a bad day. I know Harry's angry, don't I? G had a bad day. So, I mean, all these guys have some kind of relationship to... Well, a few of these guys have... I've got something that will pay for everything. So he's talking to Hans. I know Harry's angry. G had a bad day. Otherwise, I would have killed. Who's G? I thought G was Baby the soccer player. I feel like I'm missing a lot of stuff. I've got something that will pay for everything. This morning before he was in. I promise you, no one will know. Just wait. This morning before he was in. So... 9. I think we're talking about this rifle checkout. So that's before anyone was in, really. But the phone call, do I know when the phone call is happening? I know when all of these calls are happening. So this happens after the person was in. So this is either about Rudolph, Wolf, or Mr. Glass. It's probably about Mr. Glass. I was ready to look over here and notice that the pistol was checked out at the wrong time, but no. So did he write that he took a rifle, but he actually took something else? Wait a minute, the handwriting. I didn't even think of that, but hold on. I don't think this is the same handwriting. Look at the way the A is. The A looks completely different. What? Uwe doesn't have an A in his name, unfortunately. But these... Wait, what letters are in common between Uwe, Rick? The E's are in common, and the E looks kind of similar. I guess the I looks similar, but then he doesn't connect the W to anything. Ah, the handwriting looks similar, but is it really enough to say... There's something weird with Rainier Wilson's signature as well, but maybe that's just how he writes. It's the fact that the names are touching like that. I think there is something going on with the handwriting. I didn't even think of that. So he took the pistol. Maybe he's the killer then. Maybe he framed... But then what's this conversation? Or what's the one where he gets shot? You were out for blood. I'm not. You are. I can prove it. I really don't think I can prove it. Loud crack. So was that loud crack the sound of the... Rainier Wilson, Dean Lamb. Oops. Don't worry about that. Focus in recent years on Nazis who escaped justice. This is an area people would rather not talk about, but of course we're going to discuss this. Our history in many cases are present. I think it's important that we look hard at ourselves. There's a very rich industrial string. This is a very tough one. This whole case is very, very tough. But I've got all the pieces of evidence now, and I've got some idea of what's going on. Who's Dean Lamb? Is that just a different journalist? Someone's been missing their card. Can I say who's in this photo from like left to right? So we've got the... I really don't know what to do about this. All of these fake sounds can be made, right? So maybe what some of these people are hearing are fake sounds. But which, and also what's this? Compressor? Was this removed from the pistol? Because this is like, maybe I need to put together a timeline. If I put together a timeline, then maybe I'll know more. Timeline. That's gonna help. Okay, so what is the earliest thing that happens? Everyone checks in, right? Everyone checks in. That's the first thing that happens. In fact, I could just go back and put something earlier in the timeline. So I'll just put in all the check-ins. So 8:15. Abdul and Uwe check in. 9 o'clock. Abdul and Uwe check out 2 rifles. And I'll say also it's possible Uwe forged Wilhelm's signature and checked out a pistol. Does it need to happen at 10? I'll say either at this time or at 10 a.m., though it's marked as 10 a.m. Just make a note of that. 9:30 a.m. Wilhelm, Glass, and Wolf Bratcher check in. 9:35 a.m. Rudolph Kinski checks in. 9:45 a.m. Claudia Meyer checks in. 10 a.m. Wilhelm is marked as checking out a pistol, but this might be forged. 12 p.m. Rainer Wilson, the journalist, checks. So then I can go in and intersperse all of the timestamps in these conversations, which I have not been paying attention to. So this is like 3 p.m. to 3:05. They're all 5 minutes, right? So 3 p.m. I'll just say 3 p.m. Conversation 104-05-31-41-42. So this one is Wolf. Why do I not have Wolf's check-in on the list of all the check-ins that I just wrote down? Oh, Wolf Bratcher. Wolf Bratcher talking to who? Sterling? Who's Sterling again? Sterling is... I don't think Sterling signed in. I don't know who Sterling is. Wait a minute. 42 is what's his name? Uwe. Why does Uwe go by two different names? Hold on a second. What? Is that... Am I reading that right? I didn't even catch this. Oh, that's not a name. That's just... Ooh, okay. I'm very silly. Okay. Okay, I understand. Wolf Bratcher talking to Uwe. And the important part is stuff that happens. We can use stuff from this conversation to fill in the timeline, but I really don't think I can prove it. Wait a minute, is there a recording? They played a recording. Okay. The sounds of... And that's... The way that I know is that's not what happened. That's not how the conversation went. So I really don't think, Dash, I could prove it. So this conversation happened. It was all to frame glass. This was all to frame glass. The sounds of a conversation between Glass and the journalist can be heard. However, they don't match the transcript of the same conversation, so it may have been edited and played back to frame glass. The sound of a gunshot can also be heard, but this may be from a record of Western sound effects. And then... Wait a minute, what? Abdul and Uwe are on... Wait, I'm sorry, what? Uwe is number 42. Hold on a second. So, why are you referring to Uwe in the third person when he's right in front of you? Is he in disguise? What? Who does he think he's talking to? Am I like super confused? Hold on. Wait. Which is the one that has... Oh, I'm getting confused. The reason I'm getting confused is because I don't actually know who number 42 is. Number 42, 41 and 42 are not security. Security is 2. 41 and 42 are other people. This must be like Rudolph by process of elimination, right? Yeah, 4 is admin. Okay, I was getting so confused. So 31 is talking to 42. And 41 is... You're talking to, I'll say someone, possibly... what was the name? I need to look for places where some of these other sound effects may have been used as well. I'm getting so lost trying to find the list of people. There we go. Possibly Rudolph. I think it has to be Rudolph by process of elimination, right? So the sound of a gunshot could be heard. Wolf, number 42, and Rudy. All rush to the ambassador's office. Wolf offers number 42 Rudy's key card, saying he found it in Rudy's locker, which Rudy is surprised to hear. They are shocked to see the journalist's dead body. They also notice that the window is open. Okay. Open, and wonder where glass is. Okay. So we've got that. We've got that whole conversation and everything that happened in it, and where everyone seems to have been during that conversation. Okay, so then this one is at 9 o'clock. So conversation, or I'll just say, yeah, 9 o'clock. Conversation 104062122. Duel and Uwe check out 2 rifles. This is confirmed. This is confirmed by the sign-in sheet. So this is where we think maybe the signature was forged, but maybe Uwe came back and did it later. Just add your signature. Where's your tie? Uwe mentions that he couldn't find his tie. That's probably just going to be for identifying him. Duel says he'll be at the bottom of the west quadrant and wants Uwe watching the top. Talk about the Lemurian embassy. Duel says he has to go meet the journalist at the entrance and introduce him to Mr. Glass, adding that media might join. Uwe says he saw me. Is this also framing? Poking around in the break room. Oh, is this because he's looking for his No, this is the wrong guy. I need to remember who media is. He's number 31, right? Which is Wolfgang. In the break room earlier, looking for something in his locker. How's the water system? It's good. So that probably ties to the... When asked about the water system, Uwe says it's good and has a small nick on his hand. Don't think I need to talk about the horse betting. G had a bad day. Geronimo had a bad day. Even says bad day for him. Okay. Fair enough. Okay, fair enough. So that's this conversation. Abdul tells Uwe to have his break at 11. So I don't think the pistol was... I don't think Glass's signature was forged at this time. I think it was forged at 10 because they were both in the room the whole time. So then we've got this conversation, which was at 3 o'clock. But is this the... Hold on. No, this is the fake conversation. This conversation can also be heard in 104, 03, 11, 91, but once again, it doesn't match the transcript. Because the transcript, they say things in a different order, and he says, I can prove it, and then keeps going. Or no, he says, I could prove it's not true, blah, blah, blah. Where did he say, I really don't think ... Is that from the other one? Are these spliced together? I really don't think I can. Yeah. But wait, these are two completely different people. What? These have somehow been spliced together, basically. Yeah. I think that's what I meant to take away. So then, I'm getting there, So then we've got 12 p.m. That's when the journalist gets here, right? Conversation 104 04 11 21 31 91. Duel meets the journalist along with Mr. Glass and Wolfgang. Oxblood red satin. Okay, beautiful pocket square. So that ends up in the trash, but why? Why can't they let him keep his pocket square? Because we saw that. That's this. Why does it end up in the laundry like that? Oxblood red satin. Rainer mentions his pocket square, which seems to end up in the laundry later for some reason. They're still talking about the sandstorm. Wolfgang agrees to show Rainer the archives in the basement. Okay. Then I think that leads us to here. I think this is when they're in the basement. And this is 12:30 to, yeah. 12:30 p.m. Conversation 104. I'm spending so long literally typing this up and you can't see it, but it's all gonna pay off. I'm gonna summarize what I learned from this, which is something, I hope. Wolfgang and Rainer talk in the basement. Rainer talks about looking into the Hoffmans. Wolfgang says his uncle owns a cafe. Okay. Turns out this cafe is one of the Hoffman companies. This is quite interesting, actually. Wait a minute. Is this where he died? Is this where he died? Is Abdul the mole and Wolfgang is the killer? So the body was moved at some point. Okay, wait a minute. I'll say Rainer's red pocket square can be seen in the laundry in the basement, and there is a leaking hole in one of the pipes. It's possible that... So that would mean the gun was handed off from Abdul to Rainer at some point. But when? At his break at 11? 11 a.m. This is when Uwe should have taken his break at 11. Okay. So yeah, I'll say it's possible that Wolfgang killed him here. Because it's a silencer, right? So what if there was no sound at all and like this conversation is like... Because what did we say earlier about the red square? It's a beautiful pocket square. What does he mean this is quite interesting, actually? Does he literally just kill him and then say that while looking at the pocket square or something? So there's no sound from the gun. He's already dead by the time he says that. Is that what it is? So then we've got 2:15 p.m. Conversation 104-01-1141. Glass talks to, what's his name? Rudy in the locker room. Rudy mentions he couldn't find his lighter uniform. Glass mentions that his room was messy and that the Rolodex was at a funny angle and an adhesive divider was missing. Rudy mentions that he couldn't get in without his card. Why is it important? Glass tells Rudy the code to his room. Why is it important that he tells him the code here? 0910. Is it important that we know? What's the guy in Bracker's lock over here? George Schimmel with soccer. He shaved it off, very touchy subject. Who does he become after? Who is he after he shaves off the mustache? They talk about Gerd Schimmel, the soccer player, saying he looks familiar and shaved off his mustache. Maybe we'll find him somewhere at some point. Two of them sneak out through the window. They are lovers. Oh, saying they shouldn't be more than an hour. Are they both still gone when this is happening? I feel like there's something weird about the timing of all of this, isn't there? Oh, the break happens at 11, and then this is when he has the phone call. Conversation 1040222. Ue has a phone call with someone called Hans. He says, I know Harry's angry, otherwise I would have killed. Got something that will pay for everything. Literally every line here is important. This morning before he was in. So wait a minute, 10 o'clock is before some people were in. I mean, we're trying to frame Glass, right? So in that case, this didn't actually happen at 10. It was like basically as soon as Abdul... Did Abdul leave him in the room, though? Okay. So I'm leaning now towards the killer was actually Wolfgang, because what was this? This conversation was quite weird. Whatever happened in the basement was quite weird. And I think the body was moved. Wolf Bratcher. So these two never came back, did they? Otherwise there would be a conversation, right? These two never came back. The last time we hear the journalist is when he goes down to the basement. So I think he very likely did die in the basement. Here's him without a... There's him without a mustache, and then there's him with a mustache. But am I supposed to recognize him somewhere? I don't really understand that. So now who's who? That's probably how we have to get the faces, is we have to figure out who's who and then use process of elimination. So the guy with the light blue is Rudy, right? I would think the ambassador would be in the middle, but I don't know for sure, do I? And someone was missing their card. Oh no, Rudy was missing his card, but when was he missing his card? Did someone like steal his How did this key card end up down here? Someone used his key card to get in, right? And then put it back in his locker. But how did they get a hold of his key card for this? Also, is this like all... This is all 7 people. So that's the journalist is over there on the right. So out of these 5, I have to figure out who's who. People have different colored suits. Someone doesn't have a tie, right? Who doesn't have a tie? "22. Uwe doesn't have a tie. So I guess this is Uwe. And then he's wearing the same colored shirt as this guy. So are they in the same... They're the same kind of dudes? And then... What about the admin people? Oh, someone has the lighter one and then the less light one, but they both have light blue. So this, I think, is Rudy, but he somehow got his key card back. Or maybe this photo was taken at a different time? I feel like something weird is happening here. Oh, you have a green thing on your hand. What is that from? This must be the ambassador, right? If this was Rudy, then this would be the killer, right? Is there anything else I can use to narrow down who's who? I feel like I'm close. There's stuff that we can figure out with their clothes. There's stuff we can figure out with the key cards. There's stuff we can figure out with... They're just not in any of the photos is the thing. Something about your stream, so I immediately think this game is fun. I don't want it spoiled. That's a good point. I think with the Golden Idol last DLC stream, I actually did end up with a lot of people that were like, I'm stuck on the game and there's no guides out yet, so I'm watching the stream. So that, I feel like it's a very niche case where you want to watch it when the game has just come out. I think maybe the best time to do it is when the game has just come out, just because not everyone's going to play it as well. They might just want to like watch a playthrough. I mean, I think it is worth getting this game. It's very, very good. So yeah, you probably don't want it spoiled. How about the allegations you accepted bribes from Cairo officials? Where do they talk about, like... They talk about a few things. There's something weird going on where the only guy with, like, light blue is this guy, which makes me think that's Rudy, but... Then they're saying Rudy didn't have his key card. But then again, I don't know when this photo was taken. Oh, here's the pocket square that the journalist has. I don't know what this green thing on his hand is. I'm not sure what to make of that. So yeah, the whole timing was faked. The journalist was dead for a while before they actually heard the gunshot because there was a silencer. Do you have the code? I don't. So yeah, the reason why you had Rudy's key card was because you stole it. Because you wanted to... Because you're the killer. you killed him in the basement. Who's 42? Can't find his tie. So yeah, we know which one is Uwe. Uwe can't find his tie, so that's him. Saw him poking around in the break room earlier, looking for something in his locker. You mean looking for something in someone else's locker? Which is why this was open. He's telling the truth when he says, I found it in your locker. He's telling the truth. Ah. And he cut himself when? Oh, this is after, is this after it's already, when did he cut himself? Oh, that's why he's got the green thing. That's just another clue as to who he is. I am struggling to figure out who's who. Green thing is a bandage. Watch that stream, just playing myself. About 1K's head paused it when you got close to my own progress. Maybe that's the way to do it. That's the... everybody wins. This is the archives. We've got all sorts of files. Yeah, this is the one where I think he dies. There's just nothing else about people's appearances. I couldn't find my spare uniform. The lighter one, do you think it's being washed? Perhaps, but it's not the day for it. Plus, it was clean. No stains or anything. The room was messy. Rolodex was at a funny angle. One of the adhesive dividers was missing. Strange. Adhesive dividers. Is that somehow used as a band-aid? After he cut his finger? And also, what's this about the mustache getting shaved? Did Bratcher shave his mustache? Okay, I need a little bit of help with this, I think. We're gonna get a hint on the killer's face. Check out the posters of the man in the white t-shirt. Is he a soccer player? I'm a little confused. Is the idea that he shaved in order to match the other... Oh, he does look very similar. No, he doesn't look that similar. The man in the white t-shirt. Really? I'm supposed to get something from that? I'm very confused. So he likes the soccer player. Wait, this guy looks really similar to the... What? Hold on a second. Well, maybe not that similar. Why is the mustache so crooked? Oh, the mustache was drawn on. Maybe. That can't be him, can it? What? He's a famous soccer player, but he's also... No, that's not the same. That's not the same guy. Wait, explain yourself, Hint. What do you mean? Look at the pictures of the man in the white, the posters of the man in the white t-shirt. The killer resembles someone else in the embassy. Huh? I mean, yeah, there are two people who resemble each other. Are you telling me if I can't drag this guy's face? Okay, I was gonna lose my mind if I could drag his face. Did he disguise himself as Rudy? So this is... What? Who does he resemble? He stole a white uniform to look like Rudy in order to... But now I'm thinking Uwe Richter is the... No. Wolf Bratcher is the killer. There's no mistake there. he's pretending to be Rudy, but then this would... Where's Rudy, then? This is really strange to me, but... There's this whole thing where Rudy's lighter color thing is missing. I guess he's wearing... He's got a fake mustache to disguise... But then this is... Rudy, right? What? So they both have a poster of the same soccer player. They actually look a little bit different. Like, you can see the whites of his eyes in this one, but you can't in the other one. And there's a mustache that's like drawn on. Does he have a fake mustache? But then who? Which one's Rudy? I'm losing my mind. I'm so sorry. I need... this doesn't make any sense to me. They have the same haircut. Oh, okay. Wait. Maybe I don't give myself the answer then. Hold on. He does have the same haircut. Oh, they have the same haircut but flipped as well. I mean, Rudy doesn't have a key card, right? So whoever has the key card is the one that was able to get in. I think that I guess this is right. And they're both just in Cairo, right? They haven't fled. I don't think. There's no sign that they've fled. What was the suspicious phone conversation? I think they're still in Cairo. Is this good enough to answer? I feel like I don't quite understand what happened with like the missing light blue suit and the locker and the key card. The key card could be seen here. There's a hole here where I guess this is where the bullet probably went through the guy. Why are there two bullet holes though? That part's a bit weird. And then the pistol, I guess, was left here because they wanted to make it really clear that it was the murder weapon and frame Glass. Glass is still gone. He's with his lover. Yeah, Rudy and Glass are both like outside. So he killed him, he killed him in the basement. He dragged him up here and into here using Rudy's key card that he stole while pretending to be Rudy. But then did he change his clothes after that? Did he go in the locker room and then change his clothes back? And then... But he wasn't pretending to be Rudy when he... Why, if this is him, why is he wearing the light blue? Wait, what's this conversation? Only Rudy smokes Monarch. Disgusting stuff. Blah, blah, blah. My room this morning, I could hear a pen. She had a bad day. Gosh, people are odd, aren't they? Wait, why would you say this if you were the murderer? What? But I think you are the murderer. Glass really doesn't like us. Well, I'm either going to be slightly wrong or maybe I've got it right. Let's just try it. Get ratted. There are 2 or fewer heirs. Is it their location? They haven't escaped, have they? There's nothing to indicate that it's escaped. Cairo is correct. Why is the... I need this explained to me. I don't know why they look like the footballer. The killer is the furthest left in the photo. Oh. So he doesn't have... So Rudy has... This is Rudy. This is absolutely Rudy, and he has his key card in this photo. So when does his key card go missing? Wait, when was this photo taken? I'm going to lose my mind if I could tell the whole time when these photos were taken. Why does Rudy have his key card here? If he was missing it all day. When was the photo taken? Is there a reference to a photo in here? The guy shows up at noon. I'm so confused. I thought at first he was the furthest left because I thought the guy with the light blue had to be Rudy. And it turns out the guy with the light blue is Rudy. But why does Rudy have his key card if it went missing after like... I guess he killed... I think he killed the journalist in the basement at like 12:30. And then... But then Glass talks about his room being messy. The Rolodex was at a funny angle. Adhesive divider was missing. I don't understand the part about the mustache being shaved off. That's really confusing. Yeah, I had the right idea with the light blue. So they sneak out at 12:15. I don't know when Glass went back into his office. He would have seen the dead body if it was dragged there at like 12. So maybe the dead body was kept in the basement for a while. Then they escaped at 2. Sometime between 2 and 3. Well, not between 2 and 3, because they're in the locker room, right? Where's the locker room? Oh, the locker room is right next to this room. So maybe... Yeah, they sneak out through the window. So sometime after 2:15... the body was dragged from the basement to the ambassador's room. And is Rudy saying he can't find his... There's no reason for Wolf to take the code. There's no reason for him to take the code... Or to take the... Did he overhear this conversation? I guess he would have to go into the locker room and take the key card and then go in order to get the body in there. What's weird is I feel like there's dragging sounds, but there would have been real dragging. Like, I think there's dragging sounds in the list of sound effects, but there would have been real dragging sounds, so that doesn't help. Like, where's the boots on wooden floor, boots on dirt, running footsteps? I mean, I could just try it again. All answers are correct. Okay. I've identified both the killer and the mole. Both are in Cairo. Uwe Richter is the mole, seemingly being highly indebted and looking to extricate himself from loan sharks. The killer is Wolf Bratcher, the media officer at the embassy. Bratcher was motivated to kill journalist Rainer Wilson to protect his family. His uncle is Raymond Giroux, owner of Hoffman Business, the Tiny Table. To do so, he first spliced together 2 speeches. Okay, I understood this part. To resemble a conversation between Wilson and Ambassador Glass. He also stole the overalls and... Why did he steal the overalls? Okay, we're going to get there. And card of janitor Rudolf Kinski. Oh, Rudy. Rudolph. I struggle with these shortened names, apparently. It's fine. On the morning of the murder, he signed out a silenced pistol. I was right about the... Wait, I noticed all this. Forging the ambassador's signature. He took Wilson to the basement where he executed them, puncturing a pipe in the process. Why did he take the red square? He then donned Kinski's uniform and a fake mustache? Okay, this is why he disguised himself, was because he needed to hide him. So his dead body is in here at the time, which is why the red square is in there. He didn't just steal the red square for giggles. His whole body is in there. Having deposited the journalist and the weapon, he hid the silencer in his room, dumped the card and wait, the mustache is on the ground? I don't... The mustache is stuck to the poster. That's why it's lopsided, is because it's the same fake mustache he was wearing. Okay. He's hiding it in plain sight. Okay. That's why it's lopsided. I thought it was like drawn on with Sharpie or something. Having deposited the journalist in the weapon, he hid the silencer in his... So this must be after 2:15, or else it doesn't make sense. He waited a long time before transporting him, I guess. Finally, he put Hinsky's wet uniform back in his locker. Finally, he played back the speech over the speaker so people would think that Wilson and Glass were conversing while Bratcher was with Claudia Meyer in the break room, giving him an alibi framing Glass. I got something wrong? Highly indebted. Yeah, he does say like I.O. or whatever. Wolf Bratcher is the media officer, right? He's number 301, and 3 is media. Wait, where do I see the... Oops. There's media staff. Okay, sure. He wanted to protect his family. Yeah, his uncle. He wanted to protect his media. The tiny table, yeah. He spliced together 2 speeches. He forged the ambassador's... Oh, he didn't splice a pike. How did I... Oh, puncturing. Okay, there we go. There we go. Is that the final case? Did I win? Oh. You can't win if you don't pet the dog. Okay, so all the parts that I was really confused about got answered. And I feel like I got a lot of parts that were, like, tricky. Like, the forging of the signature... I don't know how I figured that out, but something made me feel like... I guess it was as soon as I stopped suspecting Glass because he was too obvious. Then I was like, well, wait. I thought I was suspecting him because he checked out the pistol. And then... Yeah, then I saw that the signature was forged. Okay. Pet the dog. Sleep with the window open so you can breathe some fresh air. And you're good. Number 8, Downfall. That's the one documentary movie's name. What? This is more targets than I've ever had. Mr. Perlman, this case strikes at the heart of the Hoffman operation. You're looking for 4 fugitives, including mother and daughter, Lisa and Ava Hardenberg. I don't know if I have time for another case, but I'll figure out what's going on. All are believed to be up to illegal activity currently. Our sources have alerted us to a suspicious art auction in Amsterdam concerning the work of Rothberg. We have reason to believe that 2 of the paintings are forged and 1 is stolen art. All of this somehow ties to the Hoffmans. Please look into it. Best of luck. What happened to L? The last one was from L. Well then. Yeah, I think I'm going to stop here. I definitely wanted to go to the next day because last time it didn't save when I filled out the thing at the end because I didn't click the sleep button. But yeah. Make sure I pet the dog before I go. And thank you everyone for watching. Thanks to the developers for tuning in. And have a nice day or evening.